do so, sir. Thank you.
Senator Rafferty, we are live.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Maine State Legislature's 130th session. This is actually our second session, and we are the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs meeting this morning just to have a discussion relative to the transition of services of CDS to the SAUs. And again, this is a discussion that's been ongoing. There's been a lot of work done prior to this, and we'll continue to have these discussions. Don't expect to reach any conclusions today, as we do have some. We think this will be extended, lengthy discussions, and we want to get these things right. So we'll have some time next week to help us do that as well. With that said, I just want to, I'll introduce myself and then give committee members an opportunity to do the same. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I represent Senate District 34, and that is down in York County. With us this morning, I have Senator Woodsum.
Good morning, Dave Woodsum, District 33 in Northwestern York County.
Thank you. Also joining us is the value there is in some of these Zoom sessions. I have my co-chair and House Representative Brennan.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty and members of the committee. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland, and I'm zooming in from Zion National Park in Utah.
Awesome. Thank you for taking the time out of your break to do so, sir. Also with us this morning, as I look across my screen, I have Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland. So Chair Brennan, no fear, I am holding down the fort here in Portland for you, and also part of Falmouth.
Well, that's reassuring.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman. I represent District 74, which is Jay, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dave McCray. I represent District 148, and I'm coming to you live from my home in Fort Fairfield. Good day.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which is located in Piscataquis County.
Thank you very much. Also, we'll have this morning helping folks that may be called in to join conversations. So get assistance from our committee clerk, Eli Murphy. Morning, Eli, and thank you. And also that you'll hear a lot from our committee analyst, as she'll basically essentially run us through what's been going on, what's happened, and we'll talk about where the advisory committee and departments stand on a lot of these issues. And that information and guidance will come from our analyst, Hillary Rizla. Thank you very much, Hillary. So folks, if you would just again be reminder, if you are called in, and we work with the premise that we're all invited into one another's home. And if we use that as our mindset as we interact in terms of the discussions, that would be very helpful. That said, Hillary, I'm going to turn things over to you to try to get us moving along this morning.
Thank you, Senator. And I do apologize in advance that you're going to have to listen to me talk a lot today, but don't think there's anything I can do about it. But forgive me when I do take some breaks for sips of coffee. Before we dive into the CDS discussion, I just want to give you a brief sense of how I'm going to structure the conversation today. And some things that you may want to think about as I go through. I think the goal of today is really to nail down whether the committee wants to move forward with a bill, and if you do, sort of what is the language going to look like? Because if the committee wants to do something with CDS this session, you're not going to be able to do it unless you have a bill, and you're not going to be able to have a public hearing on a bill until you have some language. So whether the committee wants to move forward with the language that has been proposed by the department or some version of it, that's something I'm going to try to help distill what is in there, what is not in there, and get a sense from the committee of what else you might want to see or whether you want to go in a different direction. I think the goal by the end of today is not any formal vote, but to get a sense by head nods and questions and suggestions that I could put together some more formal draft language for next week that the committee could at that time vote and say, yes, we want to move forward with a public hearing on this language. We do have a couple people from the department here today for the discussion. AAG Sarah Forster was not able to be here today. And so some of the questions, I've been speaking with Sarah Forster a lot, but some of the questions may need to go back to her. She'll be here next week with us. So I'll be taking care of that. And some of the questions the department can certainly answer. But for example, some of the questions I received from committee members over the weekend, the department didn't get those questions until late yesterday. And so they may not have all the answers. And they may need to come back with some of those answers next week. What I would like to do for the committee, again, as I go through the materials, is to encourage you to think about what are the things you need in the bill. Not necessarily every answer about CDS currently, but really what do you want in that language? And that sort of will narrow the focus of what we're focusing on today. One thing I want to mention, and I'm actually going to start today by looking at one of the current laws on CDS, because one of the things that's really complicated with the drafting policy 2, although I leave that to the department, but from a drafting perspective alone, that these Part C and Part B are inextricably linked. And if the committee wants to make any changes to either of those populations of kids, there are necessarily going to need to be some statutory and regulatory changes to the other. And then I know that the department also feels that from a policy perspective, the same is true, that you can't just pull one group of kids out and leave the other the same. So I'll defer to the department on the policy provisions, but I did want to say that up front that that's something the committee really needs to consider as we go through, that these two populations currently are in one pot. And if you're going to split them, you're going to have to do so in both ends. So as an example of that, I want to start with just a brief overview of the main statute currently in law regarding CDS. This is Title 20A, Section 7209, and this covers the general administration and supervision from the Department of Education, provides the department serves as the lead agency for the statewide system under the federal law, including identification and coordination of resources within the state, to eligible children from birth to under 3 years of age, and exercises general supervisory authority over child find and the provision of free appropriate public education, or FAPE, for all children at least 3 years of age and under 6 years of age. As you know, and as you've heard a lot, the ages are dictated in this case by the federal IDEA. The commissioner has a number of responsibilities in this section, including rules, developing and implementing a funding mechanism, ensuring legal and policy compliance, fiscal compliance, etc. This is also the section of law that establishes the Child Development Services as the state intermediate educational unit. And I say that is the state intermediate educational unit with the lower caps, because the draft language that you've received will kind of turn that into an acronym of uppercase letters. So it does establish the SIEU. for the purpose of conducting child find for children from birth to under 6 years of age and ensuring the provision of early intervention services from birth to under 3 and FAPE for children at least 3 and under 6 years of age. As you can see in this statute, those two categories, those two populations of children are all in one section. And so when I talk about why they're inextricably linked, it's for that reason. You can't just pull out easily one age of kids because they're all sort of together. And what you'll see in the draft as I go through that next is how the department is attempting to do that, and where there are some conflicts or complications that we'll need to address in the drafting, but we will be able to do so. But that's when I say you can't just pull out one or just go forward with one section without affecting the other. And it's for the statutory scheme that's currently in place really covers both. So this section of law, I said it provides for the statewide coordination and administrative functions, and then the program functions as well. And then number of duties for the director of early childhood special education, which includes a very long list of reporting requirements, which I will circle back to later. I'm not going to read through all of this, don't worry, but I'll circle back to that in a little bit. So with that as the basis for where we're starting, where we're currently are in law, I want to turn to the department's draft language and just walk the committee through that. After I do that, I'll touch on the chart I sent out this morning briefly. I honestly think it may have been more helpful for me to wrap my head around in creating the chart than it might be for me to go through in depth with you. But we'll talk about that a little bit in terms of areas of concern with the advisory committee, as well as how the draft language is connecting to the department's overall plan. At the end of that document is a little bit of some drafting considerations. And so those are some of the times we can start that discussion about what you may actually want to do moving forward. So any questions before I dive into the department's proposed draft language? All right, not seeing any, I will continue. Again, it sometimes can be hard for me to see questions when I'm sharing my screen, so please don't hesitate to interrupt me if there are questions that you want me to address, or if there are questions more about why something was done that I don't have the answer to, I can jot it down and we'll make sure we get you that answer as soon as we can. And by we, I mean either from myself, the AG Sarah Forster, who did the bulk of this work, and the department. And let me also, just before I start, say that AAG Forster, I know, put a lot of time and effort into this draft, and I want to thank her for her attention to detail, especially in reading of the main drafting manual, which if anybody ever wants to go to sleep, I recommend the main drafting manual. So one of the first things that this draft does is it tries to address a number of cross references that occur. There are a number of places in statute other than Title 20A that references child development services. And so that's what you're seeing in the early part of this draft. The very first one has to do with group health insurance plans. So this would correct the child development services reference to the state intermediate educational unit. And next to each of these, at the top, you'll see when the department intends that these provisions of law become effective. The only thing I want to note, and I'll talk a little bit more later, is that there are a lot of different ways to do effective dates. You can do them through an effective date clause. You can put something at the beginning or an amendment in the statute saying it doesn't come into effect until a particular date or isn't repealed until a particular date. Depending how the committee wants to move forward, in part or all of the proposed draft will affect how those effective dates should be reflected. And so as we get a little bit further along, I'll talk a little bit about that more, but for ease of reading, I thought it was good to just put it up at the top so you had a sense of the idea and the purpose of when these changes would be made. Section 2 just has to do with establishing the board of the new state intermediate educational unit. Section 3 is changes the cross-reference for the quasi-independent state entity, which is currently CDS, but would become the state intermediate educational unit. And sections 405 update a reference to child development services for the main Children's Cabinet Early Childhood Advisory Council. Sections 6, 7, and 8 all have to do with correcting a definition. One thing this draft is trying to do, as I said, is separate these two populations into two separate statutory schemes, and that includes making new definition sections. So these are updating some definition sections. The first one in section 6 actually should be to new 7201-A, but I'll get into the substance of that when we get to those sections. The proposed draft would repeal Title 20A, Chapter 301. This is sort of the general provision section for special education. The most important thing to know here is that most of the components in Chapter 301 are being repealed because they're being pulled into the new sections and reallocated to the new sections where they would now apply. The one thing that's a little tricky is this would include the section that has to do with some definitions. Anyone who's known me on this committee for long enough knows I get very nervous when you start talking about repealing definitions, because you want to make sure that anywhere that term applies, that it is defined. So we've been working, and then I know AG Forster was working to make sure those were all covered. These definitions also currently apply to the Baxter School, or the chapter of law governing the Baxter School. As you know, we're also going to be working a bill on Monday having to do with changes to the Baxter School. So this is where I'm hearing feedback.
That could be me.
All right, there we go. So this is where effective dates get really tricky, because there might be something that changes between now and when this change is going to happen. In this case, it's actually helpful, because if this is not repealed until July 1 of 2026, if there are any changes that need to occur, there's a little bit of time to make sure that all of those definitions get where they need to be. This is also something that the revisor's office will help with as we get to final printing of the bill. They have a great system of checking all cross-references and making sure we didn't miss any. And so that's something that we will be doing as well, that we try to catch everything we can as we draft, but if we miss one, they will certainly let us know. So also considered to be effective July 1 of 2026, this draft proposes this new chapter specifically dedicated for the early intervention services. So this is the children who from birth to under 3 years of age, or Part C children. So this is pulling out all of those components that were in 7209 that are specific to this age group. So it starts with a new, excuse me, a new definition section, which includes the term birth to under age 3. It pulls out the infant and toddler with a disability from the broader definition of child with a disability, so that this specifically applies to those children from birth to under 3 years of age who need the early intervention services. It defines early intervention services, individualized family services plan team, or IFSP. It also defines Part B and Part C, which these are the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act components, so they can be a little bit more easily referred to throughout the statutory language. Defines a state, excuse me, state intermediate educational unit. And also defines that acronym, so that acronym can be used a little bit more easily throughout statutory language. It then establishes the duties and responsibilities of the Department of Education. And a lot of this language will be somewhat familiar from the language that was in 7209. It includes the department serves as the lead agency for the statewide system, including identification and coordination of all available resources within the state for services to eligible infants and toddlers with disabilities from birth to under age 3 and their families. That they would appoint a federal Part C coordinator. They would provide the monitoring and oversight, including the appropriate early intervention services, comprehensive child find system, timely multidisciplinary evaluation of the functioning of each infant and toddler with a disability, family-directed identification of the needs of each family, that for each infant or toddler with a disability, it has an IFSP developed in accordance with Part C, including a service coordination. And to the maximum extent appropriate, early intervention services are provided in natural environments, and that the provision of early intervention services for any infant or toddler with a disability occurs in a setting other than a natural environment that is most appropriate as determined by the parent and the IFSP team. Only when early intervention cannot be achieved satisfactorily for the infant or toddler in the natural environment, and that parents are provided with procedural safeguards in accordance with Part C. It also requires that a department to submit the annual application to the United States Department of Education for Part C grants. And paragraph B here is specific that the application has to include that extended Part C option. So that's going to appear one other place, but that's the main place where the department is required. The one thing I would note is that because this section would not be effective until July 1 of 2026, if the committee wants the extended Part C option application to be available sooner than that, and I would have to defer to the department whether that's possible, there may need to be some additional unallocated language providing for that. The department is also required to develop and maintain a funding mechanism and require the SIEU to enter into a subgrantee agreement with the department that makes the distribution of Part C and state funds contingent on the delivery of early intervention services according to the agreement, provides for financial oversight of the SIEU, interagency agreements, interagency coordinating council, personnel development. I did ask, I wanted to change it to professional development, but apparently personnel development is what's used at the federal level, so it makes sense to match. And public awareness program and major substantive rules. The new section 7104 provides the essentially the duties of the SIEU itself as opposed to the Department of Education. It establishes the SIEU as a quasi-independent agency. It develops the independent board of directors, includes the representatives here appointed by the governor. One drafting question that I will have for the committee, and I can circle back to, is whether the committee wants those members of the board who are being appointed by the governor to be subject to review by the legislature and confirmation by the Senate. But it provides terms, who would serve as chair, as well as the meetings. The new section 7106 provides for administrative and programmatic functions. And again, a lot of these, I'm not going to read through them all right now. You have the draft in front of you, but you'll notice that most of these are, again, pulling from those same functions that CDS currently is required under the current law under section 7209. So it includes policies, bylaws, delegating duties for the efficient operation, hiring an executive director, appointing a treasurer, preparing a budget, employing professional personnel, establishing policies and procedures for salary and benefits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So these are all the administrative functions of running the quasi-independent state agency. The new law would also provide for the programmatic functions of the SIEU. These include engaging in child find as required by Part C, child count activities required by Part C, evaluating eligible infants and toddlers and their families, developing and using a properly constituted IFSP team, ensuring that eligible infants and toddlers with disabilities and their families receive the early intervention services contained in their IFSPs. And then paragraph F here is again regarding the extended Part C option, just ensuring that children with disabilities who are eligible for preschool services pursuant to Part B and who previously received early intervention services to decline moving into FAPE in accordance with the federal Part C. Coordination with the receiving Part B school administrative units to ensure that infants and toddlers are identified as eligible for Part B services. That of course assumes that Part B would move forward in the draft as drafted. Ensuring parents are provided with procedural safeguards, ensuring that infants or toddlers and their families who are referred also receive appropriate referrals for support outside of the Part C program. The draft also establishes a position for an executive director and provides for their employment and their duties and responsibilities. One thing I mentioned earlier is that under current Title 28, Section 7209, there are pretty extensive reporting requirements for child development services. And you can see in red here, this is one question for the committee about whether you want the same level of reporting requirements for the executive director of the new SIEU, or whether you would want something different or less. But that's something the committee may want to consider and think about what you would want on an annual reporting basis. All right, now we're going to move into the portion of the draft that has more to do with the older children, the Part B, the age 3 to under 6. Section 11 here is again Trying to pull apart the two categories, you can see what's deleted in the first section has to do with early intervention services. So again, that applies to the younger category, so we're trying to split those. The other thing Section 11 does is in regards to the upper age limit of children served through FAPE. And the committee may recall that over the last couple of years, there was a federal court case that interpreted the IDEA to require services to be provided up to age 22 rather than just age 20. It's my understanding that this is current practice, but the statute hasn't quite caught up yet. So one thing that this proposed draft does do is increase that age from 20 to 22. And that's something that the committee may want to consider making effective 90 days after statutory adjournment of the second regular session you're currently in, because that is already practice. But now moving on to, this is the part B, or the older children. This draft would propose, again, this is similar to the way we just went through with the younger children. We're separating out, again, here are the definitions, and then we're going to go through the Department of Education responsibilities and the SAU responsibilities. So this provides the definition of a child with a disability. One thing I would mention, of course, is that current definition of child with disability includes the younger children as well. I'm going to talk a little bit later. There may be some conflict there that the committee will need to address. But again, this is trying to pull and tease apart these two pieces that are currently statutorily intertwined. The draft defines the free appropriate public education, or FAPE, and then the age ranges of 3 to under 6, as well as 3 to under age 22. Again, this section 13 here is the same idea of just moving that to age 22, and that may be a provision that the committee wants to make effective sooner than later. Section 15 is basically reallocating the Department of Education's responsibility as the state education agency responsible for carrying out the state's obligations under the IDEA, and provides the department and every school administrative unit, intermediate educational unit, public school, or other public agency that receives federal or state funds to provide early intervention or free appropriate public education shall comply with all the federal requirements. This is currently in law in Section 7006. This is reallocating it. It's not actually new language. Again, in this section, you're going to see, for example, anywhere you're seeing striking out of early intervention, that's because we've moved early intervention to its own chapter. So we're taking it out where it applies elsewhere. And Section 17 here would repeal the current law 7209, which is the main law that I just went through and started with today. This is where there could be some potential for some statutory conflict. And the reason for that is that that law will remain in effect until July 1 of 2026. However, this draft proposes that the SAUs take over administration for the Part B beginning July 1 of 2023. So there's going to be a couple years where there's going to be conflict between those statutes. But as I mentioned, it's extraordinarily difficult to amend 7209 to take those components out. So my suggestion will be that we would amend both of these sections to basically in 7209 saying beginning July 1 of 2023, notwithstanding what this current law says, this age range is going to be governed by this new section 7211. And we'll put corresponding language here in 7211 that says, notwithstanding 7209, this is what's governing beginning July 1 of 2023. It's not ideal, but if it's clear in both sections, then there shouldn't be any concern of interpretation or conflict between the two. I haven't drafted that language yet. I wanted to see where the committee wants to go, but that is, for example, something if the committee wants me to draft some language for next week, that I would make that a priority, so you could see what that would look like. So getting into Section 19, this would be the new law specifically regarding special education and related services for children with disabilities age 3 to under 6. As you can see, this is an example of how this provision of law could go into effect now, but wouldn't apply until July 1 of 2023. The benefit of drafting and having it go into law now but not apply yet is that if changes need to be made, it's much easier to change a law that's already on the books than one that hasn't gone into effect yet. It can get very confusing very quickly trying to amend law that hasn't gone into effect yet. The draft provides that beginning July 1 of 2023, school administrative units are responsible for child find and the provision of free, appropriate public education for children with disabilities from 3 years of age to under 6 years of age in accordance with this section. I clearly forgot to delete a quote there, so I will delete that. And it provides that every school administrative unit shall take responsibility for its own resident children, whether or not they operate a public preschool program. The draft provides that school administrative units shall provide services using their own employees or through contracts with public or private providers. And it provides that school administrative units may contract with the Child Development Services System to provide services until July 2026. July 1, 2026, of course, would be the date that CDS disappears. And for the birth to under 3, you'd have the State Intermediate Educational Unit. The draft provides that the department shall provide technical assistance and support to school administrative units to implement the provisions of this section. And also would provide the other resources for services, including that the commissioner consider any school administrative unit facility upgrades and renovations necessary for providing special education and related services for children from 3 to 6 have priority 1 status under the school revolving renovation fund. Consider any space necessary for providing early childhood special education and related services for these children as instructional space or regional programs and services space. As shared space with community provider partners permissible while meeting the necessary licensing standards for the external spaces. And that for the purpose of transporting students ages 3 to 6, the commissioner shall include seatbelts and car seats as an allowable component for bus purchases. And then the sort of catch-all, the commissioner shall consider any additional administrative and technical support that would enhance consistent delivery of services for this age range. The current draft provides funding as follows: that the school administrative unit shall receive state subsidy for every child with a disability ages 3 to under age 6 for whom the school administrative unit assumes responsibility for FAPE, and that the state shall provide 100% of the funds beyond what the school administrative unit receives through the school funding formula necessary to provide FAPE until they no longer qualify for services under Part B, including for fiscal years 2024, 2025, and 2026 only, the cost of providing compensatory education for students previously served by child development services. The next couple of provisions, again, are basically pulling out the early intervention pieces from the broader, so currently it says early intervention and special education programs. This is pulling out those early interventions because they're provided by a different chapter to just provide for the special education programs. And that sums up the provisions in Title 20A. As I mentioned, as we started, there are also a number of cross-references that exist in other areas of statute. And one of the other areas that currently exist are in Title 22, specifically, for example, for referrals for newborn infants. And these are all referrals from DHHS. My suggestion, this is another place where effective dates can get really tricky. Because if this doesn't go into effect until 2026, when the SIU is officially established, what happens if another change needs to be made in some of these provisions? Then you're amending current law and you have to amend the law that's going to go into effect in 2026, and it can get very confusing and very complicated very quickly. Currently, CDS is established as the state's intermediate educational unit. And so one suggestion that the committee could consider is this is a cross-reference that could probably be changed now. And it could be changed to provide that the referral would go to the state's intermediate educational unit established in Title 20A, Part 4, Subpart 1. Currently, that is CDS, but that would also cover the new SIEU when it comes into effect in July 1, 2026. And that might just help avoid any confusion. And that way, if there were a reason that the transition got delayed or anything happened, you wouldn't need to go back and make additional changes to this section that would cover both. There is one provision here in Title 22 that one would need to be effective July 1, 2026. So that would not apply. That's not just a cross-reference. And then, so that's the summary of the statutory changes that are included in the department's proposed draft. The last section, section 27, is unallocated language specific to this transition between now and July 1 of 2026, when the department would propose the transition be complete. The transition provisions is something that I definitely think the committee will want to talk about, and this is a place where you could start thinking about other things you want to add if you do want to move forward with the proposed plan from the department. So the transitions govern transition of responsibility for providing special education services and related services to children with disabilities who are at least 3 years of age to under 6 years of age. And I do think that should be changed to be clear that it is not only transition for the 3 to 6, but also the birth to 6, because there's also transition happening for the birth to under 3s. It provides that notwithstanding Title 20A, Section 7209, that school administrative unit of residence is responsible for providing child find and special education and related services to children with disabilities at least 3 years of age and under 6 years of age on July 1 of 2023. And that's addressing that conflict that I talked about before, where I think we should put some language in statute as well. Transition provides that the Department of Education shall adjust the child development services system regional sites as necessary based on school administrative units' capacity to serve students. As of July 1 of 2023, the child development service system will no longer be responsible for the provision of early childhood special education services to children with disabilities, but will remain available as a service provider for the school administrative units until July 1 of 2026. Provides that the funds appropriated to CDS, the State Intermediate Unit for Part B, Section 619 services, may be reallocated as necessary to the school administrative units effective July 1 of 2023. Provides sort of a catch-all that the department shall ensure that any transition issues relating to the elimination of CDS by July 1, 2026 are addressed. Provides that the department has to develop that funding mechanism for the SIEU to be in place on or before July 1, 2026. Provides that the department has to develop a budget to include costs for SAUs to serve children with disabilities 3 to 6. Provides that on July 1 of 2026, the responsibility for early intervention services for the younger children will transfer from CDS to the State Intermediate Educational Unit. Provides that CDS positions must be eliminated on or before July 1 of 2026. That Part C employees shall be transferred to the SIEU on July 1 of 2026. For the Part B employees, CDS shall be offering the following beginning July 1 of 2022. Career counseling through the Department of Labor, coursework and expedited certification pathways to obtain certification in early childhood special education, retraining and early intervention services to serve in the SIEU, and retirement options. The provision also requires the department to report annually beginning next February and until the transition is complete on the transition of services. It's pretty broad. And it also requires rulemaking. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more, but this provision is drafted requires the department to adopt rules to implement this act. And that rules adopted pursuant to this section are major substantive as defined in the main revised statutes. And the department shall submit the provisionally adopted rules under this section to the legislature no later than January 13th, 2023. And that is the current statutory rule acceptance period deadline. So that aligns with that. That's why that date is there. There are a few things going on with rules that the committee should be aware of. I believe the department is already starting to think about currently, like in statute, there is one rule chapter, MUSER, Mean Unified Special Education Rules. And so likely those rules will need to be amended and perhaps separated to provide for the younger Part C children and a separate rule for the older Part B children. In addition, though, the department would be drafting rules, major substantive rules for the transition itself. And that's something that the committee may want to consider, having me draft additional language regarding what it is that you would want and need to see in those rules. One suggestion I'm going to make is that the committee might want to consider adding into this language that upon receipt and review of those rules, the committee would have authority to report out a committee bill. The reason I make that suggestion is that, as you know, sometimes when the department is going through rulemaking, they realize something in statute needs to change, or they need some additional authority in statute. And as you know, we've just dealt out with this with some of the certification rules. When you get that rulemaking resolved, that legislative vehicle cannot make statutory changes. And so that might be something the committee wants to consider, that if through this process, if through the reports and the rulemaking, the department realizes statutory changes need to be made, the committee would have the ability at that time to report out a bill simultaneously with those rules going into effect. So that's the draft language. Having said all of that, I do want to remind the committee that that is the department's draft language. And it is now up to this committee as to what you would like to do in terms of reporting out a committee bill. I know there were some questions from committee, for example, about how is the funding going to work, or who's going to oversee what. This is your opportunity to decide what you want the funding to look like, what you want overseeing, what you want in the rules. So that's why I'm sort of focusing on you today, to get a sense from you of what else you want to see as possible language if you still want to move forward as a potential committee bill.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, a question. This new executive director position, is there currently one executive director for birth to age 5? And is that a need, I guess, is the best way to start that question.
I will ask if Megan Walter has a further answer beyond what I'm going to say, that she raised her hand in the attendee list. Currently in statute, there is a director of early childhood special education. And I believe, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, that that does cover all of the birth to under 6, so all of that age range. The proposed draft provides certain duties for the executive director. So it's similar to, I think, a lot of other boards or other organizations where you sort of have a board of directors, but then you need the executive director function to do the day-to-day in a lot of ways. I think that is the idea of what that position would be. But again, I'm not the policy director on this draft. So if there's anything Megan Walter wants to correct my understanding for you, she can do so. She says I'm correct.
No surprise there.
And just for example, sort of the duties would include things like hiring and supervising staff, ensuring certification and licensure requirements, and if the committee wants reporting, being the person who would be responsible for, submitting reports to the legislature and such.
Thank you.
And,
as I'm running it through my head, it feels like those duties are already being performed by the existing staff. So it does make me curious why we need to create a totally new team to address the smaller age group. But I'm sure that will get clearer as we go along.
I do think historically there's been odd situations where you have CDS being sort of this quasi-independent agency sort of under the umbrella of DOE and a lot of DOE staff. And I think that perhaps this would be an executive director working specifically under that board of directors. But that'll be a policy decision that the committee can consider.
Thank you. There are a few more questions. Representative Dodge, followed by Representative Salisbury, and then Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Risler. I have several questions. I'll just try to rapid fire and then we can deal with them as we go through. Is that the best method, please?
Sure. My only question for the chairs is whether you want to bring in Megan Welter to the extent there are more questions for her than technical draft-ins on the drafting. She may not be able to answer all questions. She may just take notes and get back to you. But if that makes sense.
Yeah, if Megan, if we can move her in to do so, or at least get the questions to her. Thank you, Eli.
So actually, Ms. Risler, I think this question is for you, since you seem to be collecting and then dispersing in whatever direction is appropriate. So my first question has to do with the labor situation that we are changing, and what protections are we allowed at this point to offer to calm the worries of our current CDS employees? That's sort of question one, but I got a whole bunch of subcategories. So may I just ramble, or is rambling not where we're going right now?
Well, let me ask the chairs this. I did put that sort of chart together that I think includes a lot of questions. Would it be helpful for me to just sort of try to briefly run through that before we get into any weeds? Or do you want to do questions first?
Well, we want to avoid the weeds today if we can. So if you think answering that question will do so, sure.
I mean, I think the only way I can answer that question is to tell you what's in the draft, which is the provisions. You know, I think it's a very complicated issue, and it's complicated by the fact that the WEP and the GPO are federal provisions. So it's not a question I think I have an answer for.
So are we not capable, I don't want to say that, are we not able to put something in draft language that will help address that situation? Then is my next question. But again, I have 18 other questions, and I want to follow whatever the procedure is for getting those questions and discussion topics out there. I'll be quiet for now. Thank you.
Thanks. I would suggest if you can at least share the questions so that they don't get lost. We can get those to the department as well as the committee. That way we'll at least understand what the ask is.
If I may, Senator, if I could briefly run through the chart I put together, and I only say that because there were a number of questions that were asked as part of that, and to the extent they were already asked, the department already has those questions, and then perhaps if there are ones on top of that, those could be brought to the forefront. But if we could start with the chart, that might help not duplicate that process, if that's okay.
Sure.
So what I was attempting to do with this chart is try to comprehensively, within one page, sort of identify all the various components that we've gone through and that you've received, and try to compile it as much in one place that you could reference. So the basis of this is provided by the department, and I appreciate them providing that for me. And it lays out sort of the steps or requirements from the original resolves, their plan, the rationale for their plan. I went through and tried to identify where those provisions were included in the draft language. And then I added a column for the advisory committee agreement or comments. As I mentioned when I sent this out, I didn't have that full 29-page report until last night, so I was just going on a very brief 2-page. here's the topic, here's the percentage, and a few of these, because I didn't have the question at the time, I wasn't exactly sure where they fit in. So I ask your forgiveness if it was categorized incorrectly, and then there are a couple at the very end that I just wasn't sure exactly where they fit in. And then I also tried to similarly add in some of the education committee member questions or comments I received as they relate to these particular topics, in the hope that identifying those pieces you could sort of find where you either need more information or where something might already be referenced in the draft. So I won't read through all of this. I'll just try to move sort of through very quickly. The first section of the chart has to do with transition of these Part C services from CDS to SIEU. So predominantly the report part of LD 255. As you know, there were 2 advisory committees. To the extent it was very clear that it was just the committee on this provision, I just for brevity's sake only wrote the percentages. To the extent both committees were voting because it's relevant to both, because they are inextricably intertwined, I tried to reflect that as well. So preliminarily is the establishment and appointment of the independent governing board. And the DOE does plan to establish that, establish the board with representatives from parents, providers, school units, and state agencies, have a chair elected by the board, and have staggered board terms. And their rationale would be that this SIU serves as a successor to the current CDS, which is an eligible subrecipient of the IDEA Part C funds. It is grandparented, having been in existence prior to 1997. And that the board needs to reflect diverse roles, perspectives, experiences, and voices, have self-governance, and balance the need for experience with fresh voices, and respect the time commitment of the board. As I just went through the draft, you did see that the draft does establish the SIEU and the governing board, although there are a couple little questions, technical questions on how that board would be appointed, and that there was general agreement among the advisory committee for this. The other thing that came up was the current and proposed memorandum of understanding between the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services. The department noted they are working collaboratively on an MOU from 2017, and that is in the process of being drafted and reviewed. It's not currently included in the draft language that you just reviewed, and the advisory committee had some concerns about having multiple detailed MOUs rather than just one. And the other thing that was required was how the plan addresses each of the 16 minimum required components under IDEA. You will find pretty much all of these under those sections of the draft having to in proposed 7103 on page 4, and I list out some of those subsections for cross-reference. There were some questions from committee members about the restrictive eligibility criteria and what the committee is doing in regards to that, as well as expanding the Part C eligibility. So those are questions that the department has already. There was some concern from the advisory committee regarding the department as lead agency, about department oversight of the SIEU, and about the required components as well. Again, I'm not going to go through all of this in detail, but you do have it now, and we can post it up on the committee's website for anybody else in the public who wants a copy. There was also concern about the plan for child find and request for more information or discussion on that. Excuse me, I went too far. There we go. On the funding, this was something I just sort of added in about inclusion of the draft to direct you where those provisions are. Obviously, the department is still working on developing that funding mechanism, so that's what's referenced in the draft. So there was concern about needing more information and discussion on that. And then part of the reason why I wanted to bring this up is CDS employees. So there are concerns have been raised about the CDS employees, how many open positions existed in CDS at the beginning of 21, how many have been filled, and about worker transfers. I think probably the CDS employees going from CDS to the SIEU is a little bit less because they're moving to the state, but there are additional questions that I listed for the Part B services about the WEP and GPO. So this is sort of the question of the provision of services for children who are 3 years of age, and the extended Part C option. This was, I think, one of the only things from the advisory committee that there was 100% agreement on was pursuing the extended Part C option. I think the only question will be whether that needs to happen before July 1 of 2026. There was some disagreement in the advisory committee, I guess, about what age should Part C option be until, and there was some concern about whether it be the 3rd birthday or the 4th birthday. If that's something anybody has additional questions on, that is something I can jot down and defer to AAG Sarah Forster, since she's more familiar with the federal provisions regarding that option. This is specific again to the recommendations on the provision of services for children who are 3 years of age, the DOE's plan and the rationale. The draft language does in fact require SAUs to be responsible for child find and FAPE for children 3 years of age. However, it does have some of those provisions regarding contracting with public or private providers, as well as CDS until July 1 of 2026. This was an area of concern for the advisory committee. There was a question about whether it is legally possible to keep all 3-year-olds in Part C, and I can tell you that no, it is not possible under the federal law to keep all 3-year-olds in Part C. So now we move on to the transition of the Part B 619 services from CDS to SAUs. One of the requirements to establish SAUs as responsible for these services and steps to initiate the transition. The department is proposing that the responsibility for these children switch on July 1 of 2023, but with certain transition provisions. And again, this is one area where the committee may want to consider, if you want to move forward with the department's draft, adding some additional language about what you hope to see in the department's rulemaking on the transition. But the proposed Title 28 Section 7211 is where it requires most of these requirements. There was some concern from both advisory committees about this, both the timeline as well as concerns about health and safety of the children. There was a question being done about, there was a question asked about what's being done to define and support pathways for contracting with private providers by SAUs. And there is some of that language in the draft, but I'm sure the department can provide more information, whether that is today or next week. The other requirement under the resolve was providing steps, benchmarks, and milestones for the department and the CDS system and SAUs to meet before and during transition. The DOE did provide that unified timeline, and there are some transition provisions in the draft language, but again, this may be something the committee wants to discuss a little bit further or see more in. The other requirement was to regarding the implementation plan and the PCG review. And I would sort of say same as above. This is another place where transition, the committee might want to discuss a little bit further about what you want to see in the draft. The resolve required the department to define a role for the department and regional offices to contract with private providers in situations in which a school administrative unit is able to provide the appropriate level of service to meet the IEP of the child. The department talks a little bit about having a hybrid model in place where they can contract with CDS until July 1 of 2026. After that, they could contract with public or private providers. Some of that language is in the draft on page 12 and page 16. And again, from the advisory committee side, there was some agreement about the transition model from the LD 255 advisory committee group. The LD 386 advisory committee group was a little bit more mixed. There was some desire for more discussion about the DOE's plan to provide oversight and quality to SAUs, and also about more discussion on how private providers will be utilized. The resolve required the department to provide transition steps, which include examinations of capacity. And I would say it wasn't specifically laid out in any of the draft language, although the proposed section 7211 does list some of those other resources regarding facility upgrades, instructional space, shared space, and seatbelts and car seats. There was some desire for more discussion on this from the advisory committee level, and there were a number of questions that came out of committee members having to do with ensuring age-appropriate plant recreation and materials. What's the rubric to assess SAU capacity, including a number of these issues, approval of programs, how to ensure safe transportation, and caution about kids in regionalized care being guaranteed education with their non-disabled peers. And then this was I touched on briefly earlier about the plan for support for Part B CDS system employees. There is some language in the draft I mentioned about transitioning the CDS employees for Part C to the new SIEU, and then working beginning July 1 of 2022 with the Part B employees through a number of options. This is another area where there were a number of questions from committee regarding the plan to protect pensions and retirement, regarding certification and professional development, psychologist certification, and anything else intersecting with Chapter 115, protection of contracts, and then again, retirement protections regarding WEP, GPO, and main PERS. And then this is, has to do with providing a plan for funding through the state and main care. I do want to remind the committee that you did recently pass the LD 1775 that directs the department to develop the main comprehensive main care billing system. So I did not focus that on as much today. I do note that funding is proposed and there are some transition provisions. But I also remind the committee that as the legislature, you are the funders. And so depending on what the committee wants this to be funded and how you want this to be funded, that's something you could include in the draft. On centralized billing, there was a great deal of agreement from the advisory committees on fiscal responsibility. I wasn't sure exactly what this was. I think the report probably clarifies this. I think the summary I had a typo. But there was some concern about funding and what might happen after 2026. And then there were a number of questions similarly on addressing low billing of private insurance and whether anything needs to be done statutorily and rules to increase that, to explain why CDS has not been billing for targeted case management, regarding committing to paying 100% of the cost of Part B. And again, I would remind the committee that it would be up to you. The mechanisms can be utilized for funding the new costs, what is required to ensure main care covers developmental therapy, and on the funding formula and how to protect kids from being bumped by private money. I'm assuming that means insurance. There were also a number of outstanding sort of additional questions or issues that came up that either I couldn't quite clarify or classify in the chart. So I did include here. The department has also received all of these questions. So if there are any of these questions that you had today, they do have them. Whether they will be able to answer them today, again, they didn't receive most of these until late yesterday. So they may need time to come back on answers on some of these. And then the final page is drafting considerations. I know this looks really long. But a lot of this I've already actually touched on when I went through the draft for you. So as I mentioned, under 7209, Part C and Part B are intermingled under this umbrella of CDS, and that any statutory changes the committee wants to move forward with will have to affect both, at least from a drafting perspective. Effective dates, I mentioned how the committee wants to move forward with all or parts or none of the bill will affect how effective dates might look when they're actually drafted in statute. There are things that the committee could enact now, but make sure they don't apply until a later date, and that might make it easier to make any changes over the next few transition years as you move forward. There's that potential conflict between the new 7211 and current 7209 that we'll need to just add some language in both places to make sure that conflict is addressed. The comment regarding the federal decision and increasing IDEA up to the 22nd birthday. In some language I mentioned about making some changes now, referring to the sort of state intermediate educational unit as a lowercase for now, which still covers CDS and we'll cover it in the future so that you don't have to make additional changes down the road. On the SIEU board, whether you want that board to be subject to review by the legislature and confirmation by the Senate. Regarding reporting, how much annual reporting you want from the department on both the Part C SIEU or from the department on Part B services provided in schools. And then the rulemaking authority, as I already mentioned, are there specific concerns the committee wants to include? And do you want to include language about reporting out a bill in case rulemaking creates some statutory changes that are necessary? And then last but not least, to go back to the funding, I of course want to mention that the draft currently provides for 100% of the funds beyond what school administrative unit receives through the school funding formula necessary to provide FAPE for children. Of course, there's a constitutional provision, and if the committee moves forward with any legislation that could require SIUs to expand or modify activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures, the legislature would need to fund 90% of those expenditures or exempt the legislation from the requirement of the main constitution. So I hope having gone through that may have at least knocked a couple of the committee's questions on, and we can move forward a little bit on that front in terms of what additional questions you have regarding how the committee wants to move forward with a potential committee bill in public hearing. I would note, of course, that I think the question isn't so much of whether you support this, but whether you want to move forward with a public hearing. And at that time, the committee could decide whether you actually support moving forward.
Thank you. Representative Dodge, does that cover your basics?
It covers my basics, and if you will just let me know when it is appropriate for me to ask the other, I'm now down to, I think, about 5 or 6 issues and questions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if those are common questions. Representative Salisbury.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And I think that I'll just have to review some of the information that Hillary just, I think that will be very helpful. My questions were more of a high level sort of question, like for us as a committee to talk about the things around funding, like what that looks like beyond 2026 and the impact of maybe some of our proposed changes on SAUs and that sort of thing. It's more sort of a global thing, like kind of reminding us, maybe we can have some discussions about how we got to this point and therefore why we're making these decisions. And then looking forward, looking at 2023, what that impact is. And then looking 2026, what that impact is just globally. So I just wanted to throw that out there that maybe we can have that discussion.
Thank you very much. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have additional questions beyond what Ms. Risler went through, as does Representative Dodge. So I don't want to precede her because she was in line before me. So I'll hold off on my questions until Representative Dodge has an opportunity to ask hers. I would say in terms of discussion purposes, Representative Salisbury, you bring up some really good points. And I have been very consistent in my communication as a committee member that I am not prepared to pass along these costs to our districts. And that in order to support the transfer of Part B students to SAUs, that they would need to be wholly funded by state funding, and that there would be no property tax requirement on the part of our communities. And I am deeply concerned by the language that's in the proposed draft. But as Ms. Risler has appropriately reminded us, we are the ones who are putting out the committee bill and can change the draft language to reflect that if anyone else feels similarly. So I'm going to stop there because first of all, Ms. Risler, I just want to thank you for that chart. That is totally the way my brain thinks. It's so helpful to have them lined up like that. But the bad news is it prompted more questions when I went through everything. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary?
Sure. I wanted to note, I just got a quick email from the commissioner that they do have some answers related to the 100% funding and some of the mechanisms, if that's something the committee wants to hear from.
Yes, I think that would help. Is it the commissioner or is Megan going to offer that at this point?
Probably Megan at this point.
All right. Thank you, Megan.
You're welcome. Good morning, Senator Rafferty and members of the committee. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I explain sort of the department's planning around funding. And please know that we will be following up. We have a pretty extensive question and response document already. And we received additional questions yesterday, as Hillary mentioned, and we made the decision to really read those carefully and incorporate those into our question and answer doc. So we were not sending you multiple copies. So I appreciate your patience. We will be getting a much more extensive response to what I'm about to give you right now related to our plan for funding. The important thing to know is that we are thinking exactly about the same things that you are concerned about. You know, we know what is happening to property taxes. We know how hard communities are being hit. And so the plan includes making sure that the SAUs would receive the pre-K subsidy from GPA, excuse me, from GPA, including the 3-year-olds with IEPs. But we expect that there's an estimated roughly 3,500 children, ages 3 to 5, who would qualify to receive FAPE and an IEP. And that, as I said before, the SAUs would receive the pre-K subsidy from GPA for each student, including 3-year-olds with IEPs who are served in private programs. The SAU would use the subsidy to pay for private pre-K programs offered through public and private partnerships or local public schools. Additionally, 100% of the costs for special education services that are outside of the main care reimbursement allowability would be provided separately through the main DOE special services state and federal funds that are currently paid, that currently already pay 100% of the costs. So, there is a subsidy for every pre-K student in the EPS formula, but it will be paid out 100%.
Thank you very much. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up question to what Ms. Welter just
Sure.
provided. Thank you. So when you say through the EPS formula, that does not mean that it will go through the allocation methodology that calculated, but then 100% of the cost beyond what is provided by Medicaid, Medicare, Medicaid, I can never remember, honestly, will be provided by the state. So there is no property tax contribution. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry. And is that currently reflected in the statutory language that we draft?
Yes, it is. And we'll make sure that it gets updated into the chart. Hillary's done such an amazing job pulling everything together, but I fear that we've been inundating her with a lot of information. And so we certainly are, and I know that trickles down to all of you who are also getting all the information. So more information to come, so it'll be specified and you'll be able to see where that is.
Thank you very much. Representative, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, if you don't mind, this is a time, I think, for us to understand why the language is proposed as it is, I hope. Can you walk us through why you have language, and unfortunately I'm struggling to find it now, but basically that says that there will only be some sort of funding for the years 24, 25, and 26. Please explain why that is necessary, given that 100% of the costs are going to be funded by the state.
You know what? You are asking a question, and I was looking at that exact thing this morning, and I had a moment. But can I have a minute to look at that myself? I think that what we were recognizing is that during the period of the transition, that there are going to be some additional pieces that need to be considered. Then, outside of once the transition is completed. But I'd like to look at that because I think that what we were saying in that section, but I want to make sure I'm looking at the right page, is that during the transition, that there would be a need for some additional transition funds. And that's what we're trying to account for in the statutory language, is that we recognize that it's going to take work. And what we have for you is sort of a proposed transition plan, recognizing that this takes time.
Thank you. And Hillary?
Sure. So I just wanted to mention that this is one of the areas where it seems like perhaps there's agreement on the intent, but maybe the language could be shifted a little bit to be a little bit clearer, both in sort of what the transition funding is going to look like and maybe a separate section about what the funding after the transition is going to look like. So this might be an area where if the committee is sort of generally in agreement by nodding of heads, that I could work with the department and with AAG Forster on clarifying that language so it's a little bit more clear. And that I could have prepared for you for next week.
That would be a big benefit to us. So thank you for doing that. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Hillary, I hope you're going to blush. We all know you're brilliant, but my notes on this say, ask about child count and flat funding and the effect on funding interim and going forward. Is that helpful at all? If so, great. If not, ignore. Thank you.
It may be helpful in terms of what the department understands in terms of child count and how funding can fluctuate. I do think it makes sense to sort of separate what the funding is going to look like during the transition and what the funding is going to look like after the transition. And that if we pull those two pieces apart, it'll be a lot clearer what the plan is, and then the committee can have a better sense of whether that satisfies your concerns or whether you think there needs to be any additional language.
Thank you, Hillary. Hillary, you also mentioned in your part of the presentation that you would need a go-ahead from us to correct, I believe I wrote down the numbers, 7209 and 7211. There was a little bit of conflict there.
Yeah, so the issue there is that you're going to have section 7211 going into effect in 2023, but section 7209 is not going to be repealed until 2026 because you still need the language in 7209 for the birth to under threes, because that provision and that final change isn't happening until 2026. So I'll have a note that I'll draft up what sort of that amendment language would look like. And I think it also makes sense, if I'm getting a sense of committee questions and probably wanting to move forward working on this language, to do a little bit more drafting on the effective dates, so you can see how all that would look a little bit more too, if I'm accurate in reading the Zoom room, if you will.
And the Zooms are hard to read, but thank you, and yeah, and thanks for addressing those areas. Ms. Welter, followed by Representative Millette.
I think that I accidentally raised my hand. I apologize.
That's okay. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a little turned around about where we are in process. Is this the time when we are going to discuss how the committee would like to deal with various issues, or are we still in the we have questions mode?
Well, I think first we were doing questions, so if you have any additional questions, and if the committee doesn't, then we can, go to the second part,
Okay.
which would be what we want to do. So,
Yeah, I do have questions if it's okay.
sure.
Okay. So in order for me to better understand the personnel aspect of this reform, I would really like to know for our next meeting, or now, if anybody has it, but I doubt it, how many of CDS's staff deal with Part C, how many deal with Part B, and how many deal with both? Because I really want to get a sense of, just didn't need to get a sense of magnitude on that on the personnel issue. And am I correct that Part C services roughly cover about 1,200 children, of which only are 100 one-year-olds or under. And how many children in Part C are, and I apologize, I'm pretty sure I've asked this and maybe I was told that information was coming, but I'm just going to ask it again just to make sure it's out there. How many children are not receiving Part C services that have been found eligible? And what would be the cost to ensure that those children receive services? I think that it was really great to read through the advisory committee's, I don't want to say report, but it's kind of survey, the survey and then the commentary afterward. And I think that they raise a number of issues that I would appreciate having addressed for our conversation as well. I don't want to duplicate them here because that would take a lot of time. So I would just put the request forward that in our work next week, that there's information provided that would respond to the advisory committee's questions or need for more information. I have to say it was very concerning to see the number of occasions where they said that there hadn't been a discussion or they hadn't had information. So I really want to make sure that we have that for anything that we do going forward. I would also like to request that the committee be provided the draft memorandum of understanding that the Department of Education and DHHS are working on. I think we have the one that's in effect, but we actually have not seen what it is that the two departments are working on. And if we haven't provided it, I apologize. I think you can all imagine how many documents we have been inundated with around CDS. I do think this came up in the CDS advisory committees, but I want to stress that this is a real concern to me, very much a real concern, which is how are we going to ensure least restrictive environment when many districts have limited pre-K offerings and not universal pre-K? I know in the district I represent, our pre-K program is very small. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
My apologies. I'm getting questions on the phone as well as texts all at the same time here. So Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoops, it says I'm not muted. Am I okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Millette, for saying about juggling of documents. Well, hopefully folks will understand. So these are a few of the issues that I am still struggling with. And again, these may be too granular for the discussion right now, but again, I'm worried that some of this may get lost if I don't just sort of stream of consciousness. Considering our history, my history over the past 4 years, I definitely want more reporting than annually, particularly during the transition. And I hope that there's agreement on that as we go forward. I share Representative Crockett's concern about the executive director position, and having experienced the differing opinions between advisory committee and DOE, I am concerned that we have great representation, which leads me to absolutely yes. Can we please, as an ed committee, have a chance to approve the appointments that the governor will make? I think that's very important. My next question is about the public access on the reports that we are receiving this morning. I'm receiving, as Senator Rafferty mentioned, I'm receiving emails and texts with further questions, which leads me to believe that some people who have concerns have not yet been able to access this information. And so I assume that after we discuss it, it will be put on our website for public access. I'll try to make this the last question so someone else can ask. If there can be a note somewhere about instructive information about how we could perhaps grandfather, well, we can't change federal law, but how we can address our concerns about our CDS employees and their having to deal with the WEP, the GPO, and constructing some sort of grandfathering to help. And I'll let that be the last. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to jump in and make a more of a comment between these questions. You know, Hillary, that spreadsheet was amazing. And one of the things I look at when, you know, the advisory committee column, and I did a quick rough count, so I may be off a couple digits, but it looked like there were 25 different topics that had a ranking of in agreement, not in agreement, or things. The thing that still concerns me is the same thing that concerned me last week, is that how it appears how far apart the folks on the advisory committee are with respect to all of these topics. And just, it looked like there were only 6 out of 25 that had a 50% or greater agreement. That's only 24% of the issues. Maybe it's me because I do love math and I dig into that a little deep sometimes, but it still feels to me like there is very little consensus among the experts that, you know, have been, you know, working on all of these issues. So I'll just leave that at that for now, but that is a concern of mine.
Thank you, sir. Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment on that. If you want some real good seminal knowledge of that, it's readily available to go on YouTube and watch the proceedings of those meetings. And I know for me, it gave me a little different flavor than what I got out of the, what I would call non-reports out of those advisory committees. So you can really get a good look at it, and the information's there, I think.
Thank you, sir. Representative Millette.
Thank you. My audio went out just as Representative Stearns was sharing his pearls of wisdom. So I'm going to have to check in with him and later on to hear what he said. So I would just say, Representative Crockett, that I think that may not be so much as a significant level of disagreement in the advisory committee, but rather there was a number of places where many of the members didn't feel like there was enough information to weigh in, which is for me equally as concerning. But I'm not sure we can characterize it as disagreement rather than many folks feeling like they didn't have enough information to weigh in on that particular question. So I'll leave it at that. Senator, when you think you're ready, I have a few things I would like to float for the committee in terms of, well, I don't know. Do we wait until next week when we meet again to talk about possible ways to deal with various issues? Or would you like it shared now?
Well, I would like to at least know the issues, whether we deal with them today or not. I think it's important that we know the issues as they, gives us an opportunity to think about them, as well as do a little bit of homework in terms of the solution, so.
Okay, well, I'll just put it out there. No point in waiting. So I have a hard time putting a specific date for implementation without knowing various milestones and benchmarks have been met. And I know that we experienced this around the proficiency-based diploma initiative. We ended up pushing back the dates. I'm wondering if there's a way. I mean, I suppose the legislature could just amend the implementation date in a 2 years, 3 years, if things don't go well, if it's apparent that school administrative units are really struggling with this transition. But I think we're going to really need to think about that, and if there's another way to provide some flexibility in that particular issue. I really like the idea that Ms. Risler proposed around rulemaking for the transition. I think that, but I guess the question I would have is, so I'm a firm believer in being very specific about how we are going to measure readiness. What is the rubric? If it's in rules, is that as necessary? Will the department be required to utilize that, or would it be more impactful to have that in statute? I think is the question I have around things of that nature. In terms of the board of directors, I think it's important to have language that makes it clear that if there are particular, I want to make sure that the field has an opportunity to nominate their representatives to the governor, and then the governor can perhaps choose from that. It's important to get as independent of a board as possible. And the commissioner could have a great deal of influence on the governor in terms of the nominations as the language currently stands. In addition, or alternatively, we might want to consider providing Senate and House leadership and the opportunity to nominate members, several members, in addition to the governor's nominations or departmental representation. So I think what I'm saying is I think we need to really work on the language around the board. And the board is the one that hires the executive director, and I think that that's appropriate. And we do need an executive director for this independent unit. That person cannot be from the department. And then for now, I'll finish with, I am starting to feel more in line with thinking around transitioning 4-year-olds first, seeing how that goes, and keeping 3-year-olds in the independent unit, even though they still have to be in Part B, apparently. I know that's cumbersome, So the 3-year-olds that I'm talking about are not the ones that would be covered by the Part C option. Right, Part C option for 3-year-olds only kicks in if they have been receiving services in younger ages in Part C. But there could be 3-year-olds that qualify for services that did not get services as 2-year-olds. And I have a lot of concern about moving 3-year-olds into the scope of responsibility for SAUs. And I think that a good first step is to focus on 4-year-olds, see how that goes, and then we can repeat it if it goes well with 3-year-olds. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we're up against I believe, a fairly hard timeline here, but a couple of comments. I would encourage us to, as a committee, to not get into such a level of minutia that we make this transition impossible. I refer back to the School Consolidation Act. We've already put about 12 years in, and an enormous amount of information on what is really a very, very small transition, as opposed to the School Consolidation Act, which pretty much came out in a paragraph and said, hey, we're going to have 26 school systems in the state of Maine. Boom, deal with it. So, I'm hoping that we can try to stay out of that level and let the pros take care of it. And another quick comment on I'm not a labor law expert, but SAUs currently have employees that are not under main purse. And I believe that it could quite easily be done. I believe that it could quite easily be done, that those folks that are currently being paid under Social Security that work in the early childcare realm, if they transition in either working for the SAU or if they were contracted working for another agency. Let me give you the example of if they became employees of the SAU. I believe that it would be fairly easy to draft language that would allow them to continue on in that role. They would get a work agreement, and the work agreement can be worded to say that for all intents and purposes, this work agreement allows them to the same rights and privileges as those in the bargaining unit, those that would be main purse employees. You set a hard date, new employees, if the committee so wished, new employees would go in under main purse as they come in and be, if they're working for a school unit. But if they're working not for a school unit, they wouldn't have to, but you could protect existing employees.
Thank you. Hillary.
So I just wanted I raised my hand a little bit earlier, just in terms of how much we put together today in terms of language. And what I want to remind the committee is under sort of the tentative plan. If the plan is that next Wednesday, this committee actually votes on whether you want to move forward with a public hearing or not, to be able to get out the language to the committee and to the public and to the stakeholders that is representative of what the public hearing will be held on. The more of that language that I can draft ahead of Wednesday so that you can see it and approve it on Wednesday, the better off I think we'll be in getting that language out in a timely manner. And at that time, when we do that additional PO request to have a public hearing the following week, I'm not still at that time trying to draft the language. Of course, any of this language, it's going to be for a public hearing, you're going to work it, you can make amendments to it. But I do think the more that I have direction today, the easier it'll be to get that language out in a timely manner to anyone who may need to see it for the public hearing.
Thanks very much, Hillary. Representative Brennan. You're muted, sir.
How is it okay now?
You're
Okay,
great. Yeah, great.
I apologize. I've been in the Criminal Justice Committee, and they decided to detain me for a longer period of time than I expected. So I missed most of Ms. Risler's presentation along with the department. And I'm assuming you're following up with that discussion, at this point. And I just want to register, two issues. And if, again, I'm sure they're covered. I just want to reiterate from my point of view. But I think going back a couple of years ago when we hired the consultants to look into this issue and make recommendations, the guiding principle was that funding was the key to making this work and to making this transition. And so I just want to make sure that as we continue to have these 3 or 4 discussions and as we go to public hearing, that we have a pretty clear understanding of how the funding is going to follow, both from main care, from the state, and from other resources, because I think this will work if we have the funding in place and it's very clear as to who's going to be responsible and how it'll play out with SAUs and with community providers. The second issue I just want to raise again, I raised it before, about the governance issue, is that, I'm willing to talk about the creation of this new board, but I do have some concerns about the fact that I don't want to set up a situation where we have inherent conflict between the department and between a governing board. And so I understand the need for independence. I understand the need for how we'll be able to transition the employees and things like that. But I also don't want to set up a situation where we're going to have this ongoing debate or potentially conflict back and forth between DOC oversight and the governing board. So those are the concerns that I have to put on the table at this particular point. I want to thank the department and the advisory group for really articulating where we could go with this, and also the potential pitfalls and concerns that may develop as we move forward. But I'm ready to put something together to go to a public hearing and then come back and try to grapple with this some more. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Representative. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for poking my hand up again, but Representative Brennan reminded me of after I've preached about not getting too granular in this thing, now I'd like to go granular. And that is regarding the funding piece. I've always been very concerned about what that would look like, and I'm very pleased with 2 pieces that are put forward in this. One of the 100% costs of achieving FAPE. And the other piece is that this sits outside of EPS. It's currently being funded at the state level, and it will continue to be. It will just be more of a pass-through. However, one piece that concerns me a little bit, and maybe the experts could break this out for us. What if, as an SAU, I take that as, oh my goodness, I'm going to build a small Taj Mahal, because this is 100% funded, and we're going to have this beautiful early learning lab, and the state's going to pick up the tab. And yet right across town is a nice CDS center that's already working. That could prevent provide for a conflict. So I know that in the drafted legislation, in the draft, it does move projects that are necessary up high on the revolving renovation fund piece. But I would want to make sure for all parties involved that was clarified a little bit more, that this isn't a blank check for school administrative units to have unlimited funds to build facilities and do those kinds of things. But and thank you, Representative Brennan, for kind of stirring my thought on.
So it's somewhat, we want to be able to scrutinize to make sure that those funds are appropriately directed, essentially. Thank you. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Stearns just stirred my pot a little bit, and I'm actually landing on the other side of the issue around the revolving fund. Because I'm very aware that every time it's capitalized, that money is gone almost instantaneously. And so I actually found very little solace in the fact that any cost that a district might incur in trying to ready itself for taking on these new children would just simply be put in priority one. So I guess what I would need to see is how many outstanding priority ones are there that are still unfunded? Because if it's rather substantial, then I don't think that for me is going to be sufficient in order to support our districts in having to make any sort of physical plant changes necessary to serve these very young children in a school setting. I'm very concerned by that. And, the other thing is, and again, as I said earlier, so now I'm torn, right? So Ms. Risler is hoping that we can be clear as possible with what we might be wanting to report out on Wednesday as a bill, but yet there are rather a number of substantial issues raised by the advisory committee that I said I wasn't going to duplicate, but now I feel compelled to raise these issues because supposedly we're going to try to wrangle something for Wednesday. So again, I'm asking for help. Do I raise the questions around working the level of requirement around incorporating existing providers, private providers, Head Starts, et cetera, in terms of how SAUs provide these services, or do I wait till Wednesday? I'm just so confused.
I see Hillary's hand is up. We'll go there first and then come back here. Hillary.
Sorry, was muted. So I defer to the chairs in terms of whether they want to continue this discussion or reserve some of it for Wednesday. What I want to note for the committee is certainly there have been a few things that there seems to be consensus and agreement that I could at least start working on in the meantime with language. And so those sort of consistent consensus pieces seem to be on clarifying the 100% funding, both during the transition as well as after. Perhaps some language also about maximizing insurance billing, clarifying some of these effective dates, and I think likely trying to, as much as possible, to make the statute effective now, but maybe not apply till down the road, which will make it easier if there was a need to delay transition. That is a lot easier if it's current law. To address that potential conflict around Section 7209 and the newly proposed Section 7211, to perhaps draft some language around the WEP and GPO regarding allowing the employees and CDS to continue on. I have to say I'm happy to work on drafting that language, but I am out of my element. And so I don't know if Representative Stearns, if there or the department has someone you've been working with or talking to. Just because I draft the language doesn't mean it will work. So I'm happy to work on the language, but you may need some additional expertise to ensure that it accomplishes your goal. And then at least some additional language, possibly around the board of directors, although I think there's some question exactly, and maybe what I can do is pull some language that currently exists on how some other groups do their board of directors, and that might help guide that discussion, and you can have a sense of what it might look like, and I can turn that around pretty quickly based on that. And then, the other one, the one that I really don't think I have sufficient information on would be this question of transferring 4-year-olds first. I haven't heard total consensus on that, and I haven't heard total consensus on this issue of facilities. So maybe those are things that we put a pin in. And if there's further discussion on Wednesday, I could try to turn those around quickly. So I just wanted to let you know sort of where I am in terms of what I think I have to work on between now and Wednesday. if there is not consensus on any other components.
I think, Hillary, honestly, at this point, you have plenty to work on and bring back for Wednesday. I think that in all honesty, the funding is a big issue. We've heard that from the get-go, and I think we've touched a major basis. And I do know that within the committee, there's concern in terms of about those folks that are currently providing the services. I mean, it's not I don't believe it's anyone's intent to leave them hanging. If I was one of them, I'd have some concerns probably right now about my potential future. But we've made no decisions, and I think that we will take time and care to cover those matters as we move forward. So, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, so appreciative. First question, is it appropriate to suggest or to ask permission for the legal teams at the Maine Education Association and SEIU, not to be concerned with SIEU, to perhaps weigh in if Ms. Risler has any labor questions, if that's appropriate? That might be a suggestion from me. And to Representative Brennan's point, and to Representative Stearns about conflict and minutia, I sometimes, when questions are asked and conflict exists, important information can be revealed. And so I certainly don't want to set up a situation as Representative Brennan was describing, but I have heard from so many constituents about voices not feeling heard that, again, people, I think, should at least have a board that will at least share concerns going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm sure that the groups around the employees that are looking out for the better good of those employees, if they can certainly they can send us information that might be helpful, but I know that we would reach out to them in the event that we need further research or further information, I'm sure. So, but thank you for that. Representative Millette, you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chair. I'm just going through the bill again, and I realized I didn't bring up a question I have for whomever. On page 12, section 19, subsection 3, there's this phrase called shall consider. The commissioner shall consider any school administrative unit space necessary for providing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what that means. What sort of enforceability is that? How does that translate into promised support for districts or families? I'm really not sure what is being achieved with that language. And then in part C of that same area around transporting students, it says the commissioner shall include seatbelts and car seats as an allowable component for bus purchases. So are we saying that a normal school bus that's transporting students to the elementary school are sufficient for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds? Yeah, and then if I'm a little kind of astounded by that. If that is not appropriate, why wouldn't we allow districts to purchase vehicles that would be more age appropriate? Thank you.
Hillary?
I think I can help answer the first question a little bit. I cannot help answer on the buses. And I think the intent with the language on the shall consider is that you have in place in statute already things like the school revolving renovation fund and certain standards and what that can be used for and the purposes it can be used for. And same with the spaces. And so I think the idea here is that the commissioner shall consider these things, which maybe normally would not consider to fit into those categories, to be considered and allowed, that funding would be allowed to be used for those categories, even if they normally wouldn't be. So I think that is the language that they use there, the shall consider these things to be something and to fit into a purpose that perhaps they wouldn't under current law. So I think that's the intent there. But I completely defer on the bus question. And I'm sure Megan can correct me if there's a question, or we can get back to you once we've also talked to the original drafter of the draft legislation, and that might be helpful as well.
Thank you. Representative Millet?
Yeah, I have a follow-up. Thank you. Isn't it not the State Board of Education that considers projects for the revolving renovation fund?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
Unfortunately, I don't know that off the top of my head either, but I will make sure that I get that information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We
think
can double check and look at this and
yeah, I believe that's the case actually. And then in part B, I really don't. Is part B just about shared space?
Hillary?
Nope, I was trying to get my hand down. I would have to defer that for intent and perhaps something we can clarify at the same time as we clarify the rest.
Anything else? All right, well, thank you very much, Hillary, for your work this morning. Ms. Welter, thank you for joining us and being here to help as well. We have much that lies ahead. I understand that. It will be a challenge. We have we have some time restrictions, so I have hope and a sense that we will get there. So thank you. Yes, Hillary.
So if we are sort of starting to wrap up this conversation, I just want to give sort of a sense of where we're going and next steps in the plan. Obviously, there are a number of things that I just went through that there seemed to be some consensus around in terms of updating the draft language as proposed by the department. I think the goal for next Wednesday is the department is going to have a pretty in-depth question and answer document for the committee to address questions raised both prior to today as well as during today's discussion. And the goal of Wednesday will ultimately be for the committee to vote on whether you want to move forward with a public hearing on the draft language. Obviously, that is not the end of the road. At that time, we would work with the presiding officers and your chairs to schedule a public hearing as well as a work session, at which time there could be additional amendments, additional changes. And then ultimately, the committee would vote on the substance of the language at the end of that work session. And if the majority of the committee votes favorably, the bill would go directly to the floors of the House and the Senate to be voted on by the full legislature. At that time, if the majority of the committee did not want to move forward substantively with the language, the committee would not report out a bill.
Hey, thank you. On the DOE's Q&A, hopefully we'll get that, prior to the meeting, maybe a day before the meeting, so that we can have some time to look at that and digest it. And it's difficult. I know I get inundated, I think about 9 o'clock each day, and trying to digest that stuff between 9 and 9:30 and not choke myself with my tie is difficult. So I'd appreciate that. So thank you. And I'll put that request directly to you, Ms. Welter, if you would be kind enough to. Thank you. Hillary, and then Ms. Representative Millet.
I was just gonna say, I will do my best to get any updated draft language to you as quickly as possible. If it's important to get it the day ahead of time, I can promise that, but I can't promise it will be complete. But I will do my very best. Please forgive any typos ahead of time.
Hillary, we know your work, and we're good with that. So but thanks very much. Representative Millet, you have another question?
Thank you, Senator. You were reading my mind. That was why I raised my hand. And I guess what I would say is, rather than putting Ms. Risler on the spot with the statutory changes, at least if we could get the department's document at least a day ahead of time.
Right.
Getting it at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night before we're supposed to work it is really not working well for me. It's I feel like I'm really handicapped in terms of doing quality work the next day in our work session. And we're getting closer and closer to when we're supposed to produce a document as a committee. So if we could even get this document from the department, like on Monday or midday Tuesday, just to allow really some deep thinking and organizing thoughts, so we're in good shape to produce or not produce, who knows, on Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and please, Hillary, that my timing comments were really related to the Q&A from the DOE, because I know anything that you present to us that I don't understand, you explain to us extremely well anyway. So, but thanks. I have Representative Dodge, and then Ms. Welter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to just step in it. Would it be helpful at all for us to sit in the same room on Monday and go through the documents that we have received just this morning with a PowerPoint on the wall, our computers going crazy, Ms. Risler sitting at the end of the horseshoe or right in front of us? Does anybody think that might be helpful, so that we don't, again, I feel like I'm chasing my tail round and round here. If that would be helpful, might that be possible? I pose that question to the chairs, please. Thank you.
The answer I can't give you. I can obviously find out. I don't, it's doubt. My initial answer would be it's doubtful, but I'll say no until I say yes. And Ms. Welter, please.
I just wanted to make sure that I am gathering the correct information when we're talking about the documentation. The committee's referencing our extensive question and response document. And what I'm hearing is we want to make sure we get it in your hands as soon as possible. I've been taking copious notes on the questions that have come up today, and we'll make sure that we integrate those questions into the existing document. We get that to you as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. And folks, just to review the question that came up just prior to Ms. Welter, and we appreciate you getting that to us. So thanks for that offer, Megan. But if there was a desire, if we could, I would also hope to maintain a Zoom option for anyone that wasn't comfortable coming together at that. But again, I'm saying no right now. And if it changes, I'll let you all know. Okay. Any other issues before we move forward? I have 11:45. We're I think we're about 45 minutes late. Yes, Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An issue around funding that just popped into my head. You know, our funding for public schools is around 1 to 2 years behind actual costs. So I'm going to be very interested to know how we're going to deal with that issue. Thank you.
All right, so I think we have all of our questions out. And we do have a budget to discuss. It's been a fun day so far. So, if I'm not mistaken, Hillary, I think either the commissioner or maybe Ms. Welter would like to have some time with the committee prior to going through the budget.
Yes, although I also think our plan originally was to sort of start with the cultural affairs agencies and perhaps the higher ed education. However, if the commissioner is here now and it makes sense for her to go first before we dig into the rest of that, perhaps we could just do that quickly first and then go back to the department's portion after we do the rest, if that makes sense. Trying to read head nods.
I know that her day is much like ours, so if she's available, we'll take advantage of her time. If she's not, then we can hold off, so.
I suspect Megan is finding that out right now.
Okay, thank you. And all my shuffling, I pushed that budget to the side somewhere and it's buried. So if you see me, I'm trying to, finding my table would be a mission.
Well, while we do that, perhaps if the committee has no complaints, I'm going to turn off my video for a second, go get some water, and I will be back in a minute.
Okay, thanks. Oh, I gotta go look for mine. So what? What?
Mike, you're not on mute.
Senator, I know we do have Commissioner Macon here as well as the 3 representatives from the cultural affairs portions of the budget. I believe you were muted, sir.
Thanks, Eli. I think the committee, we heard a 5-minute break request there, so they should be coming back any second. So, and my apologies to the commissioner for waiting just a moment. We should be right with you. So folks, if you're back and can put your video back up, that would be helpful. I feel, say this about the. Oh, Howard must have walked away. Thanks, Hillary. Yes, you have a hand up.
Sure, I just sort of want to clarify both for myself as well as for anybody who's currently an attendee, sort of what the plan is for the budget discussion. I think it sounds like the commissioner's here and they had sent out a question and answer document first thing this morning. It sounds like perhaps while she's here, she can go through that briefly. But before we actually dive into the substantive Department of Education budget components and initiatives, do you want to do the cultural affairs and or higher education portions first?
Yeah, based on our conversation yesterday, I think that was your preferred order, so that's fine. Yeah.
Sure.
That
All right,
worked
so yeah.
well.
So we'll just have the commissioner do her remarks first, and then we'll move into the cultural affairs, then the higher eds, and then we'll circle back to the department's full budget discussion for the rest of their portion of the budget. And I would remind the committee as we go through the budget discussion, this report back is not due to AFA until Friday morning, February 18th. So I think the plan is to sort of get as much done as we can today, but if there are particular issues that need additional information or need some further discussion, that those particular initiatives could be tabled to be reworked again on Monday. So as we go through, if there are questions or concerns, feel free to raise that, and we can table things till next week as needed.
Thank you. So I think are you all set, Hillary?
Yes, my apologies.
That's all right. Commissioner, I think it's still morning. I mean, we're about a minute or two away from afternoon, but welcome and thank you very much for joining us today to kind of give us an overview of the budget. And would like to, again, thank you for your time and help with this. So, well, give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Senator Rafferty, and esteemed members, Chair Brennan. Thanks for being here from far away. That's wonderful. We can hear an echo when you talk. I apologize because I think this just contributes to I think there've been some confusing things related to the order of the day. And I may have had this wrong. I originally, I think yesterday, asked if I could make some opening remarks prior to the discussion on CDS. And I don't need to necessarily make opening remarks related to the budget because I made my testimony last week, other than I'm proud of the budget. It's a solid piece of work. I think it represents some great aspirations and commitments that we are making as a state to support public education, which is the most important thing we could possibly do as a society. And so my opening remarks for the other purpose simply were to say how proud I am of my team, of the special education team members who, with 3 very complex, multifaceted resolutions and reports associated, and with the 2 different advisory groups, they worked incredibly hard and diligently and with deep commitment to this work. And they don't have any skin in the game other than to do what's right for kids and to follow the laws. And I do want to double down on Representative Stern's previous remark related to check out the videos of those advisory council meetings. I just recommend that you all do that because, I mean, it's a lot to watch, but you could do it on a long road trip maybe. At some point, you just might be interested in seeing how those advisory committees were managed and what opportunities there were for input and feedback throughout. I just wanted to make sure that people knew that those were valuable links for you to check. And did I hear Hillary say that we were actually going to pause here and go to the cultural affairs budget and then later come back to the Department of Education budget? Because I'm gonna have to move my schedule a bit more for that.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
I'm sorry for the confusion in terms of our order, but also more importantly about this morning. When we talked before we started, I thought it was relative to the budget as opposed to CDS. So that's I'll take the blame for that. And please accept my apologies in that area.
No apologies necessary. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. And so I'll connect with the team. They can text me when it looks like we're closing in on the Department of Education's budget Q&A, and I will try to join you again later today if possible. If not, I know that I have gone through all of those Q&A pieces with the team, and I'm absolutely confident in their capacity to provide those answers for you. So thank you all for everything you do, for your commitment to education, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks very much. All right, Hillary, so we're gonna jump into the cultural affairs piece, and I know what I didn't do. You told me we were doing that. I didn't write down the page number that starts on.
That's okay. So I can, those of you who've been on the committee in years past, as well as you may recall from last year, the education budget is large. There are a lot of initiatives, and it can be a little bit tedious to go through and vote on each of them. Hopefully yesterday you were able to pick up your report back template and have that in front of you. That is what we're going to use today to record the votes. The votes will be recorded in terms of a straw poll, just total amounts. I'm not going to record down how everybody individually voted, but it would be 10 to 13 or 13 to 0 or 5 to 8 or whatever it may be. Typically what we'll do is for each initiative, I will briefly read it to you. I can pull it up as a screen share if that would be helpful to follow along. I see some nods ahead, so I can plan to do that. And then the committee can vote. Or at that time, if there are questions regarding the initiative, that if there's something that either myself or my co-staff and OFPR, Rachel Tremblay, can answer, we're happy to do so. But probably for the most part, the questions will be directed either to the directors of the various agencies as we go through the budget. If there's a question that perhaps can't be answered or you need more information before you're able to vote, as I mentioned, someone could make a motion to table that particular item. I'll be keeping track of everything as we go through. And so anything we don't get to today, I'll make a list of to bring back in front of the committee, as well as try to compile any of that information that's needed. I thought it probably made sense to start with the cultural agencies because there's less overall initiatives for them. And then we'll keep moving through. So unless there are any additional questions sort of about process, I was going to start, but I'll pause for a quick moment in case there are any questions about process. Everyone looks pretty good. Okay, so great. So I'm going to start with the Maine Humanities Council. The Maine Humanities Council can be found on page 33 of your report back template. I'll also just mention that in the very front of the template you picked up yesterday is also an updated table of contents that has both page numbers. So if there are any notes or anything that you made on the budget during the hearing, hopefully you can help cross-reference. I do know it's complicated and there's too much paper, but we'll go as we need to, and tell me to slow down at any point or if there's any confusion. But otherwise, we'll start on the Maine Humanities Council. There is only one initiative for the Maine Humanities Council, and this initiative provides funding for grants to Maine nonprofits to support cultural and historical projects throughout the state. I'm not going to plan on reading through all the justification for every single initiative, but I'll leave it up on my screen quickly because that does provide some more information, usually corresponding to, for example, what the testimony was at the public hearing that provides some background information.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. And this is somewhat of a question for Ms. Risler. I wasn't able to pick up the template yesterday, but I do think I have what you set in front of me. And so we have the Maine Council of Humanities, Humanities Council, and then there's A116. So if I were to make a motion to move that in, is that the appropriate motion?
Sure. What I could do is each initiative has a reference number, and I hadn't read that reference number, but what I can do is, so this is reference number 799. And if you wanted to move that into the budget, that would be the motion. If the other motion on the other side would be to move something out of the budget. And then of course, if there were changes you want to recommend, it could be, you could recommend those changes. I do want to quickly clarify, if I may, Representative Brennan, just a reminder that really what you're doing here is making a recommendation to AFA. And so all these votes are going to go back to AFA and then they'll decide how they want to move forward. And you as a full legislature will decide how you want to move forward. So as long as I understand what you want to do, I'll be able to reflect it.
All right. So Senator Rafferty, I would move 799 in the budget.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Any, just a show of hands, thumbs, anyone opposed to that? I don't see any opposition. Is there opposition? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. You asked opposition and I put my hand up.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. So just one person was opposed. Thank you.
So if I will ask people to separate those votes a little bit to make sure I get everything. So if I could have everybody who is supportive of that motion to raise your hand quickly. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favor, and those in opposition. And there's one in opposition. And in opposition, is it, I'm going to ask that opposition means something is out unless I am told otherwise, if that works.
Correct. Thank you.
Right. Next, we're going to move on to the Maine State Library. And that is going to be found on page 34 of your packet. So the first initiative of the Maine State Library would provide one-time funding for the Imagination Library of Maine. And as you'll know in the justification, it will provide one-time funding for this Imagination Library of Maine. That Dolly Parton's Imagination Library program is used to promote and encourage reading by children of the state of Maine and to develop a statewide initiative for encouraging children to develop a love of reading by providing age-appropriate books to children at their homes from birth to age 5 on a monthly basis. This is reference number 899.
Representative Salisbury.
I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, now we
Okay.
can.
I want to make a motion to move 899 into the budget.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was motion by Representative Salisbury, seconded by Representative Dodge. And Hillary, you have a question?
Sure. So there is also a language part that corresponds to the Imagination of Library Maine Fund. And I want to just pull that up on my screen briefly so that you see that as well. And then the question for the committee will be whether you want to vote these at the same time or have separate votes. So this is part LL of the proposed supplemental budget. It would provide the Imagination Library of Maine Fund. The state librarian shall administer the fund, and the fund may receive appropriations, allocation, grants, or gifts from public and private sources and all eligible federal funds. That all funds included, all monies in the fund shall be appropriated for the purposes set forth. Furthermore, the state librarian would have to submit a report that includes updates on the implementation of the fund and recommendations to the governor and the Joint Standing Committee of the legislature having jurisdiction over education matters by January 1st of 2023. And it further provides for the transfer from general fund of unappropriated surplus, the $200,000 to the Imagination Library of Maine Fund, other special revenue funds account within the Maine State Library on or before June 30th of 2022 to provide the funding for the creation of the fund.
Hillary, is this what you just read? Is that in our packet here or is that something separate?
That is in your packet and it will be at the end on page 57.
Okay, thank you.
So My question, Hillary, do we need to do 2 votes? Or we can combine language and the reference number at the same time?
I think unless the votes are going to be different, I would say, I think there's no reason why you can't do it in the same as one vote and it will reflect both, because that money transfer is both in the reference number 899 as well as the language part. So I think it would make sense to do one vote unless someone feels like they're going to vote differently on one or the other.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Representative Salisbury.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Weird. So I can amend my motion to include the fact that that language should be included as well.
And
I second the friendly amendment.
thank you. We get a show of hands for all those in favor of reference 899 with language.
And I have that as unanimous of those present.
Thank you. Thank you.
Going back to page 34 in your packet. The next initiative is going to be reference number 893. This is also for the Maine State Library. This initiative establishes one limited period librarian specialized services position to support statewide library systems and resource sharing, and provides funding for related all other costs. This position ends June 8 of 2025. It is reference number 893.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we move reference number 893 into the budget, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And all those in favor, please hold your hand up. It appears unanimous. Thank you all. Thank you.
The next initiative starts at the bottom of the same page, and the funding amounts are on the next page. It provides that it establishes one director of special projects position to support growth in statewide library initiatives, and provides funding for related all other costs under reference number 894.
Representative Dodge. I think you're muted.
Goodness sakes, good grief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move section 894 into the budget, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Brennan.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it 894 or 895? Or, I mean, I don't see
It's at the
894.
bottom of page 34. It's 894.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
You all set for a
Yes,
vote
thank
on
you.
that? You're
My
welcome. Yeah, no problem. All those in favor of reference number 894, show of hands. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Now we are going to move on to reference number 895, which is again on page 35. This initiative provides funding to support the increased costs related to the statewide books and materials delivery service to 190 Maine libraries. Again, it's reference number 895.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move reference number 895 into the budget, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor of 895 being moved into the budget, show of hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
The next initiative on the same page, it provides funding to support the increased costs related to the statewide licensing of content provided in the digital main library under reference number 896.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we move reference number 896 into the budget, please.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor, hands are up. Show of hands, we have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much.
And then we're going to move to the last initiative for the Maine State Library that starts at the very last line of page 35 and goes on to page 36. This initiative provides funding to support the purchase of needed ebook and audiobook content for the cloud library under reference number 897.
Thank you. I have a question. Sorry, Eli, you have a question?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Representative Roach had his hand up with a question for the last measure. Nope. Okay. My apologies.
That's okay. Thank you. Sorry, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that reference number 897 be moved into the budget, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I know on those seconds, I'm seeing hands and hearing voices, so my apologies. So all those in favor of moving reference 897 into the budget, hands are up. Appears to be unanimous. Thank you.
And that completes the part for the Maine State Library. Last but not least of our cultural agencies would be the Maine State Museum, and this is going to start on page 38 of your template document.
And that's reference 940.
That's correct. The first initiative for the Maine State Museum establishes 1 museum specialist 3 position to support essential curatorial work for the Maine State Museum's archaeological collections, provides funding for related all other costs, and this is reference number 940.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 940 into the budget, please.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor of reference 940, please raise your hand in favor. It appears unanimous. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the cultural affairs portions of the budget. Is the commission ready to move on to the higher education, public higher education? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll start then with the Maine Community College system, and this begins on page 1 of your report back template.
Nine 992.
The first initiative for the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees provides ongoing funding for significant expansion of license-based programs within the Maine Community College System nursing programs under reference number 992. And this is the 2.5 million. I would note for the committee, although you are not voting on the bill at this time, but this is the corresponding, it's the same money that is included in Senator Daughtry's bill regarding expanding nursing programs.
Do I have a motion? Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 992 into the budget, please.
And do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
And Senator Rafferty, also have a question of Ms. Risler.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything language in Senator Daughtry's bill that's different than the language in the budget?
I mean, there's no, statutory or unallocated language in Senator Daughtry's bill. It's just the appropriation. Technically, the initiative language is slightly different, but it's not. It's meant to be the same thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So they're quote congruent. There's not any differences between the bill and what's in the budget.
Not to my understanding.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
On reference 992, all those in favor, or the show of hands, please. It appears unanimous. Thank you very much. 993.
So on the same page, again, under the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees, this initiative adjusts funding for scholarships based on anticipated dedicated revenues from slot machine proceeds from the December 1, 2021 Revenue Forecasting Committee report. And this is under reference number 993.
Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 993 into the budget, please.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the show of hands? It is unanimous. Thank you.
The next initiative for the community college begins at the very bottom of page 1 and goes on to page 2. There we go. This initiative provides one-time funding for up to 2 years of free community college for all high school graduates in the classes of 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 who enroll in a Maine community college full-time in the fall of 2022 or the fall of 2023. It's reference number 995, and the amount is the 20 million. There's more information about in the justification, but as I mentioned, I wasn't going to read through all of those unless you want me to.
No, that's fine. Do I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 995 into the budget, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And a show of hands of those in agreement.
Before that, if I may jump in quickly, this is similar to the library. This also has a language part, part 00 on page 60.
And my motion was with the intent of including language item 00, please, Mr. Chair.
I just pulled the language up on my screen. It provides unallocated language, providing for the transfer from the general fund unappropriated surplus for the Maine Community College free community college 2 enrollment years, and provides that by October 1st of 2022 and October 1st of 2023, the Maine Community College System will submit a report to the governor and the Education Committee on the utilization and success of the pilot project.
Okay, so motion to move 995 with language into the budget's been made. So all those, you have a question, Representative Millette?
Sorry, I couldn't find it in my binder part 00, but I did find it in the new document that Ms. Risler provided. So I'm good. Thank you.
Senator Woodson?
Yes, thank you. Procedural question, I guess.
Yes, sir.
How do I word this? Like, I'm in favor of this bill, but not the way it's written. So if I vote against it, can I make how do I go about that?
Sure. So typically what's been done is really the idea here is that you're reporting back to AFA. And so you could certainly have a divided report where you would, for example, vote it in, but with certain amendments. And so that's what I would need to know is that your vote would be to vote it in, but with some changes made. And I would reflect that in a narrative to AFA for their consideration.
Okay, thank you.
So Hillary, would you recommend that we vote and then go through the amendment, or do we have to talk about the amendment first?
Well, technically, there's a motion on the floor right now to move it in.
Okay.
And I believe two things could happen. We could vote, and then Senator Woodson could vote against it and provide his amended language, or he could offer an amendment now, and we could vote on the amendment and see whether that passes or fail, and then we vote on the overall motion.
Senator Woodson, would you prefer to vote or offer your amendment now?
Oh, boy. Representative Stearns, can you help me? We talked about this, brought up a discussion based on need.
Yeah, I believe, Senator Woodson, that a good idea would be to go ahead and proceed with the vote on the motion that is before the committee now. And you might vote no. I'm not suggesting that you vote no, but you might choose to vote no. And then on the minority report, assuming that there are more votes for this, on the minority report, you might say that you would favor you would favor the language that includes this based on an adds need, student needs.
Right.
Okay.
And Ms. Rissler would draft language for the report back that would reflect your thoughts, Senator Woodson.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have two additional questions. I see folks waving. Representative Millette and Representative Stearns, in that order. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to vote until I know what Senator Woodson would propose. I'm interested to know what the alternative is. Thank you.
I believe the alternative is, Representative, that it would be based on the funding would be available based on a needs-based by individual student.
I'd like to hear what that, it is important for folks to have the full information before them while we're sitting here. I don't want to be surprised by a minority report that I was unaware of. So I'd like to know what folks are thinking about in terms of the language, because it may be something I could support. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Stearns and then Representative Crockett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to check in with the chair and with Hillary regarding that the written report back. That generally doesn't contain legislators' names, or it just that so-and-so voted, wanted this to happen. It's more of a generic, there was a dissenting or a minority report that would rather have it go this particular way. Am I right in that assumption?
Yeah, the way it's typically been done in the past, although, I mean, it's up to the committee, but the way it's typically been done and the way I anticipate doing it this time is that something like this would be reflected as a vote of whatever it is. And then it would say the majority voted to support it in without any changes. A minority of the committee voted to support it only if the following changes were made.
Thank you.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if I'm confused. I was actually at a Maine Community College breakfast on Saturday. It was a Zoom call. And I pretty vividly recall President Dagler outlining that these funds are not available until all of the need-based dollars have been appointed. So I'm not sure if the amendment is based on need. I believe it's already there. But then again, I could be wrong.
Joe, could we table this until I get a little more information and the wording I want? And it's a good point that Representative Crockett.
Okay.
Crockett.
Let me thank you, Senator Woodson. Let me go to Hillary and then we'll come back to your question. Thank you. Hillary.
Sure. So a couple quick things, one substantive, one procedural. So this is a last dollar scholarship. So someone who received, any Pell Grant or anything like that, it would cover that difference. But in terms of being need-based, if there's clarity more that it's need-based insofar as students who don't need the financial assistance would not receive it, I think that's a distinction. That's how I understood Senator Woodsum's proposed amendment. But that being said, procedurally, if there are specific questions, I do believe both Becky Smith as well as President Dave Dagler are present in the attendee room. So if there are questions that you would like to bring them in for, you can, or you could table this and I'll bring it back up and get any information you need on Monday. And I would defer to the chairs as to how you would like to do that.
Well, previously what we had agreed to was that if somebody raised an issue and wanted to table it, we would table it and then come back, I believe on Monday, with the next discussion on it. So, I mean, right now, procedurally where we're at, we have a motion on the table that has been seconded. And if Senator Woodsum says he wants to table it, I think we would vote to table until Monday. I think it would be a little problematic if we start to get into having conversations with 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 different people on a potential amendment.
Yeah, I agree.
Just going forward.
I agree. Let's just make it simple. I make a motion to table.
Okay. I'll second it. I'll second it.
Thank you both. And for that help in terms of procedure, Representative Brennan as well. So the motion's been requested to be tabled, seconded to be tabled. We'll table that until Monday's meeting. Thank you both. And
we should, I don't think we need to vote on it.
No vote on the table, no, that I'm aware of. Yeah. There's a lot of procedure that I don't know.
I think we're okay.
Thank you. All right. Hillary, where am
yes.
I? I'm trying to remember where we are now.
The one thing I'll mention is if
5, okay.
Yep. So that was the last initiative for the Maine Community College system. The only thing I'll note, and in order to just sort of keep things moving, is if we table anything and there are questions for the respective agency or public higher ed institution, just send me an email at some point in the next day and I'll make sure that question goes out to whomever it needs to so that I can bring that information back for you on Monday.
Thank you, Hillary.
That being said, moving on from the Maine Community College system, we can move on to the Maine Maritime Academy, and that will begin on page 37 in your packet. And just like you, it's just going to take me a moment to flip to that page. The first initiative of the Maine Maritime Academy, as I said, begins on page 37. The first initiative adjusts funding for scholarships based on anticipated dedicated revenues from slot machine proceeds from the December 1st, 2021 Revenue Forecasting Committee report under reference number 937.
I'm ready for a motion. Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 937 into the budget, please.
do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. And all those in favor of reference number 937, hands are up. And that is a unanimous vote. Thank you very much.
The second initiative on the same page provides one-time funding for repairs to Curtis Hall. And this is under reference number 935.
And
I would also note there is some language in part MM regarding borrowing of money, but I think it may make sense to vote that separately in this particular case.
do I have a motion on reference number 935, please? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 935 into the budget, please.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
I heard a second. Thank you. And all those in favor, please raise your hand. It appears unanimous. Thank you. And I think we will now move separately to the language. You said that was MM.
MM, and it begins on page 46.
Hillary, I didn't get this one either in my binder. I don't know what happened.
Rebecca, it's not in the binder. Oh, I shouldn't have asked this question.
It is in the
Sorry.
binder.
It's
Oh, it was in that booklet that we got at the State House yesterday, and you weren't there, so.
But mine is also in the binder on page 46 under MMA.
The language?
my language says page 59. I believe. Wait a minute. I might, yeah.
Thank you, Jan. I see it now.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that language labeled part MM be moved into the budget, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, hand up, please. Just make it as visible as possible. It is unanimous. Thank you.
And I do apologize for the confusion of having so many different versions.
Okay.
Such as it is. But moving on to the University of Maine system, which initiatives will begin on page 39. Okay, so the first initiative for the University of Maine system provides funding for debt service payments on university revenue bonds for capital improvement.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 1011 into the budget, please.
And thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And folks, if you would, all those in favor of moving 1011 into the budget, show of hands. And those in opposition, please. I have 2. Thank you. So it was,
I think that was 10-2.
yes,
Yeah. And the 2 is to move it out, correct?
Thank you.
The second initiative for the University of Maine system would provide one-time funding to offset an in-state tuition increase in fiscal year 2022-23 under reference number 1009.
okay, do I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 1009 into the budget, please.
thank you.
Second it.
I have a second. All of those in favor of 1009, please show of hands. Thank you. All those opposed? I see 2, so I think I had 9, 2. All right.
10-2 as well, again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Can't even count anymore.
All right. Next reference number on the following page is reference number 1013. It looks like this was printed a little bit off, but the initiative up here at the very top says that it adjusts funding for scholarships based on anticipated dedicated revenues from slot machine proceeds from the December 1, 2021 Revenue Forecasting Committee report. As I said, that's reference number 1013.
Do I have a motion, please? Thank you, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 1013 into the budget, please.
And seconded, please.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Representative. And all those in favor of 1013 being moved into the budget, please, show of hands. Looks, that is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes the higher education institutions. There is one initiative for the State Board of Education, so my thought would be to go do that. And then I'll ask the committee if we want to start moving into the Department of Education. But State Board of Education begins on page 32. The initiative for the State Board of Education provides funding for per diem payments to board members under reference number 301.
I have a motion. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 301 into the budget, please.
And do I have a second, please?
Second, I'll second it.
Thank you. And all those in favor of moving 301 into the budget, show of hands. It is unanimous. 12. Thank you.
All right, next up is the Department of Education. At this time, I know they provided that question and answer document this morning, but likely you haven't had a chance to read through it yet. Do you want to just start with the initiatives and have members raise questions when you have them, or would you like to bring the commissioner back in to either touch or someone else from the department to touch base on that document?
Well, I thought the commissioner just asked to address the committee prior. So hopefully she would be not going through every individual, but just making summarizing remarks about the budget.
Thank you. Is the commissioner still available? Eli, can you see that? In the meantime, Representative Dodge, you have a question?
I do not, Mr. Chair. I am leaving my hand up because I am finding it difficult to navigate as the screens shift from one place to another, that I can't do this in a timely and efficient way. So I'm just leaving my hand up if that's okay, or would you like me to lower it?
No, we're good. I just wanted to make sure I answered questions. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite sure I heard the commissioner say that her intent was to come on with comments prior to the CDS discussion and not the budget.
Right. But then maybe I misunderstood, but when she was just on, I thought she said she was going to push back her schedule to make herself available for the discussion on the budget, but maybe I misheard that. And again, Mr. Murphy, did you?
At this time, Commissioner Macon is not in the attendees list. However, we do still have Megan Welter. We have Nicole Dennis, and we also have Joanne Allen, who are all available and are here to speak in congruency with the commissioner, from my perspective.
Thank you very much, Eli. So I think we could just move right to the budget.
Yep.
All right, so before I begin the Department of Education's initiatives, I think I mentioned this previously and you probably noticed as you went through, is one of the things that happens in the department is there can be positions that move from one office to another. And what I've tried to do is identify all of those so that when you vote, you can only vote once on one end of that transfer rather than trying to vote on both. But if there are any questions, I will point those out. And if there are any questions about that transfer, or the money transfer, just pause me. If there are questions for the department, I know they're here and they're available as well. So you, if there are questions for them on any initiatives, just let me know. But otherwise, I guess I will just get started on the Department of Education's portion, starting on page 3. Starting on page 3 is the Department of Education's adult education. The first initiative establishes one education specialist 3 position to provide professional development and monitoring and transfers funding from all other to fund a portion of the position. This is reference number 312.
Do I have a motion, please, on reference number 312? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 312 into the budget, please.
Second it.
Do I have a second? And all those in favor, please raise your hand, show of hands. And it appears unanimous. Thank you very much.
The next initiative on the same page provides one-time funding for a cost-effective data management system solution for local providers and the adult education office within the Department of Education. This is reference number 313.
And do I have a motion on reference 313, please? Representative, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this isn't relative to this specific initiative. However, I did request, and there's been a lot of information going back and forth on several topics, but I did request from the department a total full-time equivalent number. In other words, when all the moving parts settle in, I'd like to know what we're looking for added positions, and that can be taken up here. And it's kind of awkward right now, but I'm hoping that we can get that.
So you're just looking for the additional total full-times, is that correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you. In the meantime, relative to 313, Representative Dodge.
I do have a question before I make my motion, please. I wonder if Representative Stearns, or if I may just request, I would like additional information. What was the full-time equivalent level at which we began in DOE? And what is the full-time equivalency that we are proposing in this budget? If I may make that request, in addition to a motion to move reference number 313 into the budget, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a motion to move 313 into the budget. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor, please raise your hand. I need to hear, your hand needs to be visible to me. And we are, somebody's missing here. Unanimous, all those present. Thank you.
So I guess my question is whether the chairs would like me to continue going through the initiatives, or whether the chairs would like to bring in members of the department to answer questions as they come up.
I think that we're going to continue through the initiatives, and I think we can get the answer. And if I'm mistaken, I'm going to say that we can get that answer at Monday. Thank you. I was trying to think of our next meeting. Is that agreeable?
Yep.
I had Representative Stearns and Representative Dodge with that request. So Monday, a good enough time for that answer on full-time additions. Thank you. We're back to 315.
Okay, 315 starts at the bottom of page 3. And this is moving on to child development services within the Department of Education. This initiative provides funding for increases in staff costs related to collective bargaining. Reference number 315.
Do I have a motion, please, on 315? Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 315 into the budget, please.
And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor of 315, adding to the budget, we're going to raise hands. And those opposed, I have 2 in opposition.
So I just need to jump in really quick. So
Go ahead.
10, so that would be a 10-2. I would ask if it's possible if the commissioner could turn off her video, because I'm gonna have trouble counting those hands votes with the extra video up on my screen. I apologize for that, but I need to be able to see who's voting.
Well, she probably
Okay.
thought she was being called in, is my guess in terms of, but anyway. So yeah, I had 10-2.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to page 4. This is again child development services. This initiative transfers funding from the general purpose aid for local schools program to child development services program within the same fund for the state share of main care expenditures related to children served by child development services. This corresponding initiative is number 310, which is found on page 6 within the general purpose aid for local schools.
And do I have a motion relative to reference number 316, please? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 316 into the budget, please.
And do I
I'll
have a
second
second? Thank
I'll
you.
second it.
Thank you. All those in favor, hands are up, please. I have a unanimous vote, 12-0. And before we get into the next reference number, please, just if I could ask
You have all my stuff.
Representative Brennan. I
I'm
have
fine.
I
I'm fine.
have a public hearing to attend to. I should be back fairly quickly, I'm hoping. Are you good to go?
Yes, for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so we're on page 4 and we're at reference number 304.
Yeah, I'll have to rely on Ms. Risler to kind of keep me on track because I don't have that document in front of me.
Sure you don't. Your arms don't reach as far as Augusta.
Right.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. And I see you folks shortly.
All right, so this is education in the unorganized territory within the Department of Education. This initiative eliminates 1 vacant teacher aide position, 1 vacant janitor and bus driver position, and 1 vacant office assistant 2 position. This is reference number 304, and you can find the justification at the very top of the next page.
Right. Any questions? Seeing none. Representative Dodge, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion for reference number 304 to be moved into the budget, please.
Second. Representative Millet, second. Any further questions? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is unanimous.
Moving on to page 5. This initiative is under the General Purpose Aid for Local Schools. This initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 public service coordinator 1 position from range 25 to range 27 and reduces all other to fund the reorganization.
Can I have a motion? Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 306 into the budget, please.
Second, Representative Salisbury. Are your hand was up?
I'd love to second that.
Okay. I also saw you were scratching your head at the same time, so. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Seeing none, it is unanimous.
I believe there was, Representative Sampson, did you have a question or were you opposed?
Well, I couldn't ask my question fast enough, but I am opposed.
Okay, we can back up if you'd like to ask a question.
Well, actually, yeah, if I could, that would be great, because
Sure.
I would like to have and this was something I think Paul Stearns had mentioned, he's asked for this, but it would be really nice to know how many total positions the department has added in this budget.
Right. And apparently that information was available Monday.
But we're voting on positions now.
Right. No, I understand that, but
Okay.
it had been raised before and the
Yeah.
department said that information be available Monday.
Okay, well then I will keep my vote the way it is. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ms. Risler, is that correct?
I'm not sure if the department has that information today or not. I just reached out to see if I could find out.
Okay, so we don't have it in hand and we don't have anybody from the department to answer that question at this point.
I do not have it in hand. We have some attendees from the department in the attendee list, but I do not know if they have the answer at this time.
Okay, can any of them
Sarah,
raise
I see-
hand if they could answer that question?
I see that Ms. Tremblay has her hand up and has
Okay.
also turned on her video, so I'm hoping that she may have some information.
Okay, Ms. Tremblay, welcome. Where'd you go? Okay. Could we see you again? Could you just introduce yourself quickly? Ms. Tremblay?
Sorry. Yes, I apologize. My computer is freezing up.
Okay.
I do have information on the total number of positions for this supplemental budget for the Department of Education. Total for FY22, there's 1 additional headcount being requested. And for FY23, there's 6.5 headcount. There's also a reduction of 1.8 FTE count.
So, so is it 7.5 minus 1?
It is for the net impact. Sorry, there's 1 in FY22
Right.
and 4.68.
4.68 total.
And that's all funds.
Okay. Okay, so Representative Sampson, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to change my vote, though.
Okay, no, it's okay. And Representative Stearns, that answered your question as well? Okay, great. Thank you. So the motion, it was however many there were, and Representative Sampson was the lone vote in opposition. Is that correct? Okay, great. So we'll move on to the next item. Ms. Risler?
Yes. Moving on to the next item. And also under general purpose aid for local schools, this initiative adjusts the allocation to align with dedicated revenue as projected by the December 2021 Revenue Forecasting Committee report under reference number 307.
Okay. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 307 into the budget, please.
And a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Millet. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Anybody opposed? I just see Representative Sampson. All right, thank you.
That would be 9-1.
Right.
The next initiative, starting at the bottom of the same page. Also in general purpose aid for local schools, provides funding for existing high school and middle school programs through the Job for Maine's graduates. You will remember that the commissioner had made that correction during her public hearing testimony that these funds are for the existing programs, not for expanding or additional programs.
Right. Okay, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 308 into the budget, please.
Is there a second? Representative Salisbury. For any further discussion on the motion? Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to raise the fact that, no, never mind. No discussion.
Okay. And if need be, we do have the opportunity to come back on Monday if you want to follow up with it. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion? Anybody? All those opposed? I see no opposition. So is that 10-1, Hillary?
I think with no opposition, it would be unanimous of those present.
Okay. All right. All right. On to the next item.
Okay, staying within general purpose aid for local schools. This is one of those corresponding initiatives. It reallocates the cost of one public service executive 2 position and one director of communications position from 100% leadership team program to 50% leadership team program and 50% general purpose aid for local schools program within the same fund, and reallocates the cost of one public service executive 2 position from 100% leadership team program to 70% leadership team program and 30% general purpose aid for local schools program within the same fund. It also reduces all other in the general purpose aid for local schools program to fund the reallocation. This is reference number 309, and the corresponding reference is number 325, which can be found on page 9.
So do we take one at a time or both together? Ms. Risler?
Generally, I think it's a little bit easier if you vote them just once at the same time. And then when we get to the next initiative, I will remind you that you already voted it, and I will transfer the corresponding vote to that section.
So this would combine 309 and 325?
Correct.
Okay. Representative, before we take a motion, Representative Millette, did you have a question? Nope. Okay. Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 309 into the budget, please.
Is there a second?
Second with the corresponding 325.
5. Thank you. All those in favor of the motion? It is unanimous. Well, I should ask, is anybody opposed? All right, it is unanimous. All right, we're on to the next item.
Still in general purpose aid, this initiative transfers funding from the general purpose aid for local schools program to the child development services. Oh, sorry, excuse me. You already voted one. Okay. Higher education and educator support services. This initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of one public service manager 2 position to a public service executive 2 position, and transfers the position and related all other costs from the higher education and educator support services program to the Office of Workforce Development and Innovative Pathways program within the same fund. This is reference number 376. The corresponding reference can be found at it's reference number 395 on page 24.
Okay. So can I have a motion? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 376, also reference number 395 into the budget, please.
Second.
And second by Representative Millette. Further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? I see Representative Sampson. Thank you. We'll move on to the next initiative.
Sorry, Representative Roche, were you?
I was a yes. Sorry about that.
So I had that as 9-1. Okay. Thank you. The next initiative.
And Ms. Risler, just going forward, I can't see everybody on my screen. So if there is somebody doing something differently, let me know.
I will not hesitate to call out.
All right. Go right ahead.
Okay. The next initiative is on the same page. This initiative transfers one regional education representative position and related all other costs from the Learning Systems Team program to the Higher Education and Educator Support Services program within the same fund. This is reference number 377. It corresponds with reference number 358, which can be found on page 14.
Okay. Can I have a motion? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 377, also reference number 358, found on page 14, into the budget, please.
And a second.
Second.
Representative Millette. Second. Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? I see Representative Sampson. Yep.
I have that as 8-1.
All right.
Moving on to leadership team, which is going to start at the very bottom of page 7 and on to page 8. This initiative transfers 2 regional education representative positions and related all other costs from the leadership team program to the Office of Innovation program within the same fund, reference number 320. The corresponding reference number is 391, which can be found on page 22.
Okay. Can I have a motion? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And at any point, if you wish for me to just make the motion, we could probably eliminate some time by you not having to acknowledge me each time, if that is your preference. At this time, I would make a motion that reference number 320, also reference number 391 on page 22 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
And second. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? And I see Representative Sampson. Okay.
The next initiative on page 8 moves to the leadership team. This initiative transfers funding for Council of Chief State School Officers membership dues from the Learning Systems Team program to the Leadership Team program within the same fund. Reference number 321. The cross-reference can be found as reference 359 on page 15.
All right. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move reference number 321, corresponding reference number 359 on page 15 into the budget, please.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? It is unanimous. So we'll go next motion, next item.
The next initiative, also in the leadership team, transfers 1 contract grant specialist position and 1 office associate 2 position from the Learning Systems Team program, Federal Expenditures Fund, to the Leadership Team program, General Fund, and provides funding and all other in the Learning Systems Team program, Federal Expenditures Fund, of allowable costs that support the work of the grant. This is reference number 324, and the corresponding reference is number 362, which can be found on page 16. The justification for this initiative is included at the top of the next page.
Right. Could I have a motion? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that reference number 324 and cross-reference number 362 found on page 16 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? I believe it is unanimous. Thank you. Well, next initiative.
The next initiative, you actually already voted, number 325 and corresponding with 309. So moving on to the following initiative. This initiative continues and makes permanent 1 public service executive 3 position previously established by financial order and fiscal year 2021-22, reorganizes the position to an associate commissioner of public education position, and provides funding for related all other costs. I would note that there is language associated with the associate commissioner position, but I think because the language involves more than 1, it probably makes sense to vote these separately. We can do all the language parts when we get to the end of the initiative parts.
Okay. Can I have a motion? A motion. Can I have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative. Yes.
May I proceed each time? Will that save us time?
It's just go ahead and make the motion now. Yeah,
Well,
that's fine.
I don't want to be perceived as jumping the gun or being rude or not following protocol. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 329 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Representative Sampson and Representative Lyman.
Yes.
All right, we'll move to the next initiative.
Next initiative on page 10 continues and makes permanent one public service executive 3 position previously established by financial order in fiscal year 2021-22, reorganizes the position to an associate commissioner of policy and programs position and provides funding for related all other costs under reference number 330.
Okay, Representative Dodge, make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that reference number 330 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? I see 1, 2 in opposition.
So that was 8-2.
Yep.
Moving on to the bottom of page 10. This initiative continues and makes permanent one public service coordinator 1 position previously established by financial order and provides funding for related all other costs. This is reference number 331, and the justification can be found on the top of the following page.
Representative Dodge, would you make motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 331 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
Been moved and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Representative Lyman, Representative Sampson, 8-2. Next initiative, please.
The next initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of one public service coordinator 2 position to a public service manager 2 position with reference number 333.
Motion, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 333 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, raise their hand. Those opposed? Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman. Next initiative, please.
The next initiative, there is 2 parts, which I think makes sense to just vote together. If there's an objection to it. This initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of one public service manager 3 position, salary range 35, to a public service executive 2 position, salary range 37. And if you go, that's reference number 334-A. If you go on to the top of the following page is the corresponding initiative, provides funding for the approved reorganization of one public service manager 3 position, salary range 35, to a public service executive 2 position, salary range 36, with reference number 334B. The justification for this reorganization is included. It's the same for both here under 334A.
Motion, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we move.
Go ahead and make motion. Go ahead and make motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we move reference number 334A and 334B into the budget, please.
Second.
So move to second. Representative Sampson, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question on this, are these two positions the associate commissioners positions?
Department can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe so. I believe the associate commissioner positions were back on page 10 under reference 330. That's
Representative Sampson, would you like us to have somebody from the department clarify that for you?
Thank you. Well, I just kind of curious. It's not going to change my vote, but so we can move on for the sake of time.
Okay. All right. Well, Ms. Rizzler, will you just make a note to get a definitive answer for Representative Sampson about that?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So it's been moved and seconded to move this initiative in. Any further discussion or questions? And all those in favor? And all those opposed? Representative Sampson and Representative Lyman says 8-2.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would like to inquire when we might be able to take a quick lunch break, because we still have a lot of budget in front of us, and I believe other committee work, and I'm hungry.
Well, here in Utah, it's only 11:30. So
Let's go with Utah time.
So food is good.
But I understand it.
I'm with Rebecca.
How about if we do this? Why don't we go to 1:30 and we'll break at 1:30 until 2 your time, and it'll be 11:30 here and it'll take till noon time. But why don't we just why don't we go through until 1:30 your time, keep an even number, and break from 1:30 to 2. Is that okay with everybody? And then possibly Senator Rafferty will be back, and I have afternoon mountains I'm supposed to go climb. So we'll go from there. All right, Ms. Rizzler.
Okay, we're going to move on to Learning Systems Team. This initiative transfers one regional education representative position and reallocates the cost from 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund to 90% federal expenditures fund and 10% general fund within the same program, and transfers all other to personal services to fund the reallocation. And I would suggest voting this together as for both references 351 and 352.
Okay, Representative Dodge, a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move reference number 351 and number 352 into the budget, please.
Second. It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Anybody opposed? I see none. It is unanimous. Now the next initiative.
Next initiative at the bottom of the page. Eliminates one vacant secretary specialist position and one vacant education specialist 2 position. This initiative also provides funding in all other for the Learning Systems Team program, federal expenditures fund for allowable costs that support the work of the grant. And this also has 2 reference numbers below it, reference number 353, which is at the bottom of page 12, and reference number 354, which is at the top of page 13.
Okay, Representative Dodge, a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My note says that this also exists on page 49. Is that an error, please? Apparently that is my error. I would make a motion that reference number 353 be moved into the budget, please.
And
354. Sorry, I'm losing it.
Second, Representative Millette. It's been moved in second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? I don't see any, so it is unanimous. Next initiative.
The next initiative continues one limited period regional education representative position previously established by financial order through September 30th of 2023 and provides funding for related all other costs with reference number 355.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 355 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Seeing none, it is.
I see one in opposition.
Representative Sampson. Yes, Representative Sampson. All right, we'll move to the next initiative.
The next initiative you already, excuse me, you've not already. So the next initiative, starting at the bottom of page 13, transfers 4 regional education representative positions, 1 public service manager 2 position, 1 education specialist 3 position, and related all other from the Learning Systems Team program to the Office of Innovation program within the same fund. Reference number 356. The corresponding reference number is 390, which can be found on page 22.
A motion from Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 356 and corresponding reference number 390 found on page 22 into the budget, please.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Representative Sampson.
And Representative Lyman.
And, okay, I did not see Representative Lyman. Next initiative.
The next initiative transfers 1 education specialist 3 position from the Learning Systems Team program to the Office of Workforce Development and Innovative Pathways program within the same fund, and also adjusts for all other for position overhead costs and office administration costs. This is reference number 357 and corresponds to reference number 396, which can be found on page 24.
Okay, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 357 and corresponding reference number 396 found on page 24 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
Been moved and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed?
I do not see any. It's unanimous.
Unanimous. Great. Next initiative.
Representative Roach did not vote.
He's okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the next 2 initiatives you have already voted. So we are going to skip to the bottom of page 15, reference number 360. So here, this initiative continues 1 limited period public service manager 3 position, 1 limited public service manager 2 position, 3 limited public service coordinator 2 positions, and 3 limited period management and analyst 2 positions previously continued by financial orders through January 2024 and provides funding for related all other costs. This is reference number, as I mentioned, 360.
A motion from Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion for reference number 360 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Senator Whitson. All those opposed? Representative Sampson?
And Representative Lyman.
Lyman. Okay. Next initiative, please.
The next initiative on page 16 continues 1 limited period public service manager 3 position and 1 limited period management analyst 2 position previously continued by financial order through November 30 of 2023. This initiative also provides funding to generate innovative learning models by providing equitable access to high quality educational experiences for all students. The reference number is 361.
A motion from Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion for reference number 361 to be moved into the budget, please.
Second. Representative Millett is muted.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Representative Senator Whitson. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Representative Millett, did you have a question?
I think Representative Salisbury had a question before me.
Okay, Representative Salisbury.
Thanks. Can I just confirm that $7.8 million?
This, I believe, comes from an Education Stabilization Fund grant, and it is in Federal Expenditures Fund.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am going to support this, but I just want to go on record to say that I would have liked to have seen maybe the state provide more funding for to support HVAC work. with these funds. And I'm not quite sure how that, well, now I'm off camera. That's probably my sign that I should stop talking. Bye.
So it's been moved and seconded. All those, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? I see Representative Sampson.
Lyman.
All right, we have now reached 1:30.
Representative Lyman, I got you.
Okay. Okay, we have now reached 1:30 and we will recess the committee until 2 o'clock. And hopefully, I'm hoping Senator Rafferty will be back at this point. If I don't see everybody, please have a good afternoon, and I look forward to seeing everybody next week.
Thank you, Michael.
Take care. Take care.
Please make sure you mute yourself and turn off your camera.
Yep.
Please.
All right, thanks, Eli. Trying to keep up with my juggling act. So I know you folks took a quick break. Who's here? Wait. Where did you leave off? We have a,
We're going to start back up on page 17.
thank you, Lily.
Starting with reference C363. The first one on page 17.
Thanks very much. All right, we have enough to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ed, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Senator Woodson?
Yeah, I'm here, Joe. I'm trying to text somebody.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Thank you. I just thank you very much. I'm just giving folks a heads up. We're gonna get back at it, and we're on page 17, but finish up your messaging. Thank you. All right, Hillary, why don't we get started? And
Sure. So we are going to start on page 17. And I do just sort of, as I post back, want to remind the committee that because we will be bringing this back for review and anything that was tabled next Monday, when we do that, I will bring it back with all these votes. And if there's additional information from the department or a lot of these questions, if there's anything that needs to change, it can do so at that time.
thank you. Representative Salisbury?
I just wanted to ask a quick question on process. So I have a meeting that I have to go to at 3 o'clock. If I miss votes, how does that work? Do I round back somebody?
We usually don't do absentee votes on this because it's just the show of hands. And that being said, again, if we're going to bring it back for a full review from the committee on Monday. And so if there's any questions you have, or if anything needs to be revoted at that time, we can always coordinate with the chairs. And sort of the committee usually sort of takes a final vote at the very end to vote on the memo and report back as a whole that it reflects sort of everything the committee did on the work. So that's usually how we sort of cover that one.
Okay, good. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so with that being said, is everybody ready to get back into it? All right, so we're going to start on page 17. We are still in the learning systems team of the Department of Education. This initiative continues one limited period Office Specialist 1 position previously established by financial order through September 30 of 2023 and provides funding for related all other costs. And this is under reference number 363.
Do I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we move reference number 363 into the budget, please.
Second.
thank you for the second. And all hands up for those in favor, moving it into the budget. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and those opposed. I see 2. So it appears it's 6-2. I counted Hillary.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next initiative transfers 2 regional education representative positions from the Learning Systems Team Program General Fund to the Special Services Team Program Federal Expenditures Fund and provides funding for related all other costs. And of course, this is reference 364. The corresponding reference is number 349 on page 30.
I have a motion, please.
I would be willing to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I had my head down. Representative Dodge.
Shall I just step up to volunteer each time? Would that help the process move more quickly?
I'll try to pay attention. I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 364 be moved into the budget, please.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury, did I see your hand up for?
I would second that, Mr. Chair, with the reference 349 as well.
Thank you for that friendly amendment, Representative Millette.
Thank you. All in favor, hand up, excuse me, hand up, please. I see 7. Those opposed? I see 2. Thank you.
All right, the next initiative, still in the Learning Systems team, continues 1 limited period education specialist 3 position previously continued by Public Law 2021, Chapter 29 through August 31 of 2028, and reallocates the position from a 100% Learning Systems Team Program Federal Expenditures Fund to 90% Learning Systems Team Program Federal Expenditures Fund and 10% Office of Innovation Program General Fund. And this initiative also adjusts funding for all other costs related to the position and to administer the main Head Start State Collaboration Grant. There are 2, well, actually, total, there are 3 reference numbers associated with this initiative. Within the learning system team, it's reference number 365 for the general fund, reference number 366 for the federal expenditures fund. And then the corresponding general fund reference number is number 392, which can be found on page 23.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we move reference number 365, reference number 366, and corresponding reference number 392 into the budget, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the second. And all those in favor, hands are up, please. I see 7 hands up. Those opposed? I see 2. Thank you.
The next initiative at the bottom of page 18 continues 1 limited period public service executive 2 position previously continued by financial order through September 30 of 2023, provides funding for related all other costs.
Do I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 369 be moved into the budget, please.
Thank you. And thanks for the second. All those in favor, hands up. I see 7 hands up. All those against? 2 hands up. Thank you.
Moving on to page 19, but staying within the learning systems team. This initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 public service manager 2 position to a Public Service Manager 3 position and transfers the position from the Learning Systems Team program to the Office of Innovation program within the same fund, and also adjusts funding for position overhead costs and general office operations. In the Learning Systems teams, the reference is 370, and the corresponding reference in the Office of Innovation Fund is 393 on page 23.
Thank you. Do I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 370 and corresponding reference number 393 found on page 23 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
thank you. And I heard a second. Thank you. And welcome back, Representative McRae. All those in favor, please, hands are up. And thank you. I see 8. Those opposed? I see 2 opposed. 8-2.
The next initiative is still in the Learning Systems team, and this initiative eliminates one vacant regional education representative position with reference number 371.
Motion, please. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 371 be moved into the budget, please.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you for the second. All those in favor, please, hands up. I see 8 hands up. Those opposed? 2. 8-2 is the vote.
The next initiative, staying in the Learning Systems team, is another one with a few parts to it. This initiative reallocates the cost of one Public Service Executive 2 position from 100% Learning Systems Team Program General Fund to 70% Learning Systems Team Program General Fund, 20% Learning Systems Team Program Federal Expenditures Fund, and 10% School Finance and Operations Program Federal Expenditures Fund, and reduces all other to fund the reallocation. Within the Learning Systems team, the reference number is 372 and 373. The corresponding reference number for the School Finance and Operations is number 343, which can be found on page 29.
I have a motion, please. Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 372 and 373 and corresponding reference number 343 found on page 29 be moved into the budget, please.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor, hands are up, please. All right, can you hold those hands up, please? I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I thought you guys were doing the wave there for a second. So I see 10 hands up. Any opposed? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, we are done with the Learning Systems team. So we will move on to the Local Foods Program. This initiative transfers funding from the Local Foods Program to the School Finance and Operations Program within the same fund to correct a duplicate transfer in previously enacted laws. This is reference number 388, and the corresponding reference number is 339 on page 27 in the School Finance and Operations.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 388 and corresponding reference number 339 found on page 27 be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
Thank you. I see a second as well. Thank you. All those in favor, hands are up, please. 10, it's unanimous. Thank you.
We are now going to move to the Maine Commission for Community Service. This initiative continues and makes permanent one senior planner position previously continued by financial order and reduces all other to fund the position. This is reference number 379 in the Federal Expenditures Fund, and justification are at the top of page 21.
Motion, please. Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that reference number 379 be moved into the budget, please.
thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. And all those in favor, please, hands are up. It is unanimous. Thank you.
The next initiative is for the Main School Safety Center. This initiative continues and makes permanent one regional education representative position previously established by financial order and eliminates one juvenile program worker position. This initiative also adjusts funding for the position related to all other costs between the school and student supports program and the Main School Safety Center program. This reference number is 386 and the corresponding reference number is 384, which is on page 26.
Thank you. Could I get a motion, please? Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make the motion that reference number 386 and corresponding reference number 384 found on page 26 be moved into the budget, please.
and a second. Thank you. Hands up, please, for those in favor. It is unanimous, 11-0. Welcome back, Senator.
All right, so now we get to the good part because we can skip a few of these that you have already voted. And we are going to jump ahead to page 24. And it is the bottom of page 24. In the Office of Workforce Development and Innovative Pathways. This initiative provides funding for debt service costs associated with the bonding authority granted in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398 for career and technical education centers and regions with a reference of 397. One thing I do want to mention on this particular initiative, and you don't need to vote it with language part X, but I would note that language part X deals with the same bonding. And language part X is actually transferring the authority to issue securities from the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority to the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. So I just wanted to mention that as a heads up for when we get to that language part.
Thank you. Do I have a motion, please? Thank you. Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 397 be moved into the budget, please.
thank you. A second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, hands are up, please. It is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, moving on to page 25. Also in the Office of Workforce Development and Innovative Pathways. This initiative establishes one Public Service Manager 2 position and provides funding for related all other costs with a reference number of 398.
Thank you. Could I get a motion, please? Representative Dodge,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 398 be moved into the budget, please.
and a second, please. Thank you. All those in favor, hands are up. It is unanimous. Thank you.
The next initiative is in the school and student support. This initiative continues and makes permanent one part-time regional education representative position previously established by financial order in fiscal year 2021-22, and also transfers and reallocates one regional education representative position and one part-time migrant education field recruiter from 100% of a federal expenditures fund to 63% of a federal expenditures fund and 37% other special revenue funds between accounts within the same program. And there are two reference numbers associated. The first is 381, which is the federal expenditures fund. And the second reference is 383, which is the other special revenues fund.
And a motion, please, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 381 and reference number 383 be moved into the budget, please.
And a second, please. Thank you. All those in favor, hands up, please. And those opposed? One. Thank you.
Okay, the next initiative you already voted in its corresponding spot, so we'll move on to page 27. And the school finance. So at the top of page 27, in school finance and operations, this initiative establishes one management analyst, two positions to provide technical assistance and support for the finance team help desk, and provides funding for related all other costs. This is reference number 337.
A motion, please, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 337 be moved into the budget, please.
And second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, if you would show of hands. Those opposed? I see 9 for, 2 against. Thank you.
The next initiative, still in school finance and operation, provides funding to school administrative units for the increased cost of maintaining an internet-based application for free or reduced price meals under the National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program. And this is reference number 338.
Motion, please. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I joyfully move that we move reference number 338 into the budget, please.
And seconded, please.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, hands are up. And those opposed? We have 1. 10-1. Thank you.
The next initiative you already voted, so we can move on to page 28. Still in school finance and operations, this initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of one education specialist 3 position to an education program supervisor position and reduces all other to fund the reorganization. And the reference number is 340.
Motion, please. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 340 be moved into the budget, please.
And
Second.
Thank you for the second, Representative. And all those in favor, hands are up. It is unanimous.
The next initiative provides funding for user licenses for an application used to automate internal processes that will help create efficiencies and increase productivity with reference number 341.
A motion, please. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 341 be moved into the budget, please.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, hands are up. We have 9, and those opposed? 9-2. Thank you.
The next initiative provides funding to pay the difference between the federal reimbursement for a free breakfast or lunch and the full price of a breakfast or lunch for students that are ineligible for a free or reduced price breakfast or lunch, to implement changes enacted by the legislature in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398, Part 0000. This is reference number 342.
Motion, please. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 342 and accompanying language part O be moved into the budget, please.
Second.
If I may
Thank
just make
you.
a clarification,
Yes.
that was language from last year. That's already a public law. So there is no language part associated with this funding. That was passed in last year's budget, and this is funding it from that.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Do you need a new motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, just to clarify. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please amend my motion, moving reference number 342 into the budget and remove my reference to section 0000 of language, please, and thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And vote, hands up for those in favor of. Eight. Those opposed? I have 3, 8 in favor, 3, 8, 3. And thank you.
And I am still assuming that a vote in opposition is a vote out unless I am told otherwise. The next initiative you already voted, so we are going to go to the bottom of page 29. This is for the special services team. And this initiative establishes 1 office specialist 1 position and 1 management analyst 2 position and provides funding for related all other costs with reference number 345. And the justification is at the top of the next page.
A motion, please. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that reference number 345 be moved into the budget, please.
And a
Second.
second. Thank you. And all those in favor, please, hands are up. Oh, I gotta go one, sorry.
Oh,
It's,
I forgot to share stop sharing my screen. Sorry about that.
It's that mid-afternoon fatigue factor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And those opposed? 9-2. Thank you.
I gotta go back to the coffee instead of just the water. All right, so moving on to the next page, and we have 1 left, actually. So in the special services team, this initiative provides funding to support preschool programs and school administrative units. These funds do not lapse, but must be carried forward to the next fiscal year to be used for the same purpose. And this is reference number 348.
And could I get a motion, please? Representative Dodge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move reference number 348 into the budget, please.
Thank you. And I have a question, I think perhaps Ms. Representative Millet.
Yes, I have one. So I will second, so we can move on to discussion. It appears to me that under the justification, this is related to shifting Part B students to SAUs. So I would like to table. I'm making a motion to table so we can discuss this further at another time.
Do I have a second to table? I don't actually.
Second that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will table reference number
348.
348. Thank you.
So that concludes the initiative section. That last initiative is one that you already voted. So that includes the initiative section of the budget. And at this time, we would normally move on to the language parts. So I don't know if you want to start with part C. Seeing nods. So part C of the budget establishes the following. It establishes the total cost of education from kindergarten to grade 12, the state contribution, and the mill expectation for the local contribution for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. It enacts an annual budgetary hardship adjustment for school administrative units experiencing an increase in students requiring English learner services. It amends the National Board Salary Supplement and Scholarship Fund language to include teachers employed by education service centers. It provides one-year adjustments to the essential programs and services funding model to address student loss due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Then it provides funding for career and technical education schools to expand or develop early childhood education programs. I'm not going to read through every single page of Part C, but I would sort of open up to the committee whether you want to go through each of those piece by piece, whether you want to vote on it as a whole, and or whether you want to table it for further discussion and vote on Monday.
I'm not seeing, yes, Representative Sampson has a hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would really like to have this tabled for further discussion on Monday, if we could. So I'm making a motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. So just to confirm, Representative Sampson, we're doing all of Part C, is that correct? I'm looking at, Hillary, does that include pages, what, 41 through?
41 through 51, I believe.
Okay, thank you. You have a question, Representative Millet? Representative Dodge? No. And I'm getting tired. So I think we just table that. We don't need to vote on that, correct? Thank you.
The next language part is on page 53.
53, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought we were voting. I would like to just raise something for Part C language for the committee's consideration, if it's okay.
Sure, we're going to discuss it. Yes, sure.
Yeah, I just think it would be good to mention this now so folks are prepared to talk about it on Monday. Two items. One, last year we recommended some language around the National Board certification to avoid underfunding of that program going forward. The AFA committee ended up not including that language in the budget last year. So I would, I'll try to, or maybe Ms. Risler can track down that language for us, for everybody to look at for discussion on Monday. And then the other item, Hillary, may I ask you to discuss or tell folks what I'm trying to do with the lunch application language?
Yeah, sure. So Representative Millet had reached out to me earlier, I guess even right before session started, I think actually, about some language from a bill of hers, LD 961 from last session. And this was a bill that got passed and it is directly related to the internet-based application for free and reduced price meals developed by the Department of Education. And that bill, let me just pull up very quickly, and I'll provide everybody with the information I'm about to share now, but just so you have a sense of it. I'll share my screen quickly. Here's the public law that got passed. And so it required that the department make the internet-based application in an understandable and uniform format and to the maximum extent practicable in a language that parents and legal guardians can understand. Make it available on the school's publicly accessible website. And noted that data submitted through the internet-based application may not be visible to the department and must be transmitted directly to the applicable public school. What was realized after that bill got passed is that Representative Millett had included an additional sentence in the language. And I'm going to pull up the bill analysis from that bill from last year. And again, I can send this all out to everybody. But I think the issue here is this red sentence, highlighted sentence at the bottom, which was a requirement that all public schools must accept data submitted through the internet-based application. And so I believe, and Representative Millett can correct me if I'm wrong, but her intention would be to make a recommendation that that be something that's also included as a language part. We were also supposed to get a report from the Department of Education on the alternate strategies and methodologies for gathering family income data. And I think there was some thought at one point that maybe this could be part of a committee bill on that, but we haven't got that report yet. And so this would be something that the committee could consider to include in your report back to AFA if you wanted to.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
we-
Ritzler. And so I don't expect us to discuss this, Senator, this afternoon. I just want to give folks a heads up that I would look for those two things to be considered in Part C or a new part. I think actually, Ms. Ritzler, I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure that out.
I remember us having these discussions, and I do know that we were concerned. What we were looking for at one point were ways that we were sure that people continued to do those forms because they had greater impact than just lunch programs. And I don't recall feedback on those at all, but in any case, yeah, thanks. Representative Stearns, you have a question, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering for Monday, I'm looking at page 42 at the very bottom of the page, the adjustment for economically disadvantaged students, increasing the factor to an additional weight of 0.20 onto that portion of the formula. I'd like to know what that generates in dollar amounts, if we could. Thanks.
Yes, so for in Part C in general, I do know that a lot of info regarding Part C is in that Q&A document the department sent this morning. I don't know if that particular piece is in there, but I do know some information is in there. And if it's not in there, I'll make sure the department has an answer for you.
Thank you very much. Anything else, folks, that anyone wants to put on our minds relative to Part C at this time?
Apparently it is in there, Representative Stearns, and it's 44 million. As I mentioned previously, if there are additional questions or anything the committee wants to flag for further discussion, if you let me know, I can make sure to flag it for discussion on Monday.
Thank you, Hillary.
Moving on to Part X. This is on page 53 of your template. I referenced this very briefly a little bit earlier. This part changes the authority to issue securities for equipment purchases for CTE centers and regions from the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority to the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. The ability to access funds through this mechanism provides a limited alternative for career and technical education centers and regions to fund equipment purchases to better serve the state students. The committee may recall this originally with the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority was a bill the committee had last session. I think it was LD1, it was either 144 or 114, I think. But this would change it again from the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority to the Maine Municipal Bond Bank.
Thank you.
And I guess similar question of whether you want to actually go forward on vote on it today or whether you want to table it for further discussion.
Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move in Part X.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion to move it into the budget, and we have seconded. Thank you. I'm losing it. All those in favor of moving Part X forward with a show of hands. That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, and last but not least is Part Y. Part Y creates the Education Stabilization Fund and requires the transfer of $30 million in fiscal year 2021 and 2022 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Education Stabilization Fund. The fund will provide resources to Maine budgeted levels of funding for essential programs and services, should there otherwise be insufficient general funds, federal matching funds, or any other shortage of funds. Couple quick things I want to mention regarding this language part. You also have LD 1963 in front of this committee, which also proposes to create a general purpose aid stabilization fund. My understanding is that these were really supposed to be the same thing, but the language is obviously a little bit different. I would recommend that if the committee wants to move forward, the language that's currently in the budget is, I think, a bit clearer. And I would, when you work 1963, probably suggest that you amend that bill to match the language in the budget. The only other thing I want to mention is that, and I can work on drafting this a little bit. It's sort of a drafting technical comment. Section Y-3 in Part Y provides for that the state controller may transfer the balance available to the Department of Education, and that amounts transferred may be expended based on allotment established by financial order upon the recommendation of the state budget officer and approval of the governor. The amounts transferred are considered adjustments to allocations, and that the governor shall inform legislative council and the AFA and education committees upon such a transfer. Because we don't necessarily know when that transfer is going to happen, I may recommend that language really ought to be allocated in the statutory language, because it will be very difficult to find if that doesn't get transferred for another 5, 10, 15 years, whenever it may happen. So that's a brief, just a little suggestion regarding that language piece.
All right. So you want to recommend that we move that to the allocation?
It would go up under section Y-1.
To Y-1. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move in Part Y with an amendment that section Y3 be moved up under section Y1 as proposed by Ms. Risler. She'll get us the exact language. That was messy.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
So we want to move Y3 into Y1 was a motion and seconded. And all those approving that move, if you would raise your hand in favor of. 6, 7, 8. And those opposed, we have 8, 4, 2 opposed. Let me think. And
all right,
I think that was it, Hillary.
That is it on the budget for now. We've obviously tabled a couple components, and so I will put together something that will make it relatively easy for us to go through those last components on Monday, as well as collect any information requests. Again, if there's anything either on a tabled item or something that you already voted, but you realize you have a question on, don't hesitate to let me know, and I will do my best to get that to the appropriate person who might be able to give you an answer. And I'll also have I have a draft for the committee to review on Monday.
Thank you very much. I do see some hands up. Representative Millet, followed by, oh, her hand went down quickly. Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you. Hillary, I'll be in touch with you before Monday, I think. What's today? Thursday? Yeah. On the CTE bill.
Okay.
Not the community colleges.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So we're going to set the budget aside for today. Representative Stearns.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know that we frequently give accolades to our analysts, but I would like to just make a special tribute today, I think, to the work that's being done. And also there are many people in the participant box that have been there and really providing a great deal of good information to this committee. And that work is not going unnoticed for everybody in the front lines and behind the scenes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you folks doing things and adding those touches. As I know myself, I get lost in procedure sometime, and it's like, let's keep going. So it's nice it's nice for everyone to understand and be recognized, but we couldn't function without you folks. The front line is obviously we see Hillary and Eli, and those of you that are participants, we know that there's much behind the scenes that we don't see, but we do see the results in the end in front of us. So thank you. Yes, Hillary.
Thank you, Representative Stearns, but I would also echo, the department has been very helpful for me as I reach out on your behalf. So I thank them as well. But the other things that we do have on the agenda for today, if the committee wants to move forward with them, we had 3 bills that we scheduled for work session. It sounds like LD 1207 probably is not one the chairs want to take up today. The question for the committee is whether you want to take up LD 1807 and LD 1963, which are the 2 bills that are very much related to things that you just voted on in the budget.
And as they relate to the budget piece that we just correct. I think I missed that. I might have missed some of that when I was at my hearing. And those pieces that included those were approved.
So LD 1807 was the very first initiative for the Maine community college system that the committee voted. That is the 2.5 million to provide ongoing funds to expand the nursing education programs.
Right.
That was a unanimous vote in the budget.
Yeah.
The second bill, 1963, is the general purpose aid stabilization fund that we just voted on, which was a divided report. So I would leave it to the committee whether you want to go ahead and vote those today too, or whether you want to hold off until you review the rest of the budget on Monday.
I see 2 hands up. Representative Lyman.
This probably isn't a big deal, but I just wanted to point it out. On that last vote on part Y, I misunderstood. I thought we were just talking about the language change that Hillary had suggested on moving Y3 up to Y1. But if it was for the whole thing, my vote would have been no.
Okay.
Unless there's any objection, I can reflect that. Everyone seems to be in agreement.
That's fine. Thank you. And thank you for the correction.
Thank you.
Senator Woodson?
Yes, thank you. I guess this is for my own clarification and concern, but when we started this, and I think one of the first ones we did was a nursing bill, 1807, discussed the funding for it. We hadn't voted on it, and that concerned me. I was going to vote yes. I support this wholeheartedly. But is the procedure it would seem like you would vote on the bill and pass it or not before you voted on the budget. Maybe I'm just worried about something that's not an issue, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, sir. Representative, I'm sorry, I can tell is a fatigue factor starting to set in here. Hillary.
So I think the one thing that's important to remember is sort of the timing, how all of those pieces work for the committee. The committee has LD 1807 as a bill in the committee that will need to be voted on one way or another to be voted out to the House and Senate floor. When you vote on the budget, you're voting on what you're recommending for AFA to put in the final budget. And AFA will make a final committee vote on the budget, and then that will be voted on the floor. And presumably, the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee talk about, okay, what pieces, what's on the special appropriations table that might be in the budget or should be in the budget, and make that sort of, I'm not going to come up with the word at this time in the afternoon, but there's a good word for it.
I hear
you. Thank you. Representative Lyman. Did I mute you? I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I did.
No, sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, that's okay. See that? I'm glad I'm not the only one getting tired. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As tired as I am as well, I do think it would be great if we could wrap up those two bills. We have often voted on bills in support or against and have them land in the Appropriations Committee and stay there while the budget is deliberated. Just in case something is moved out, there's another opportunity for that that particular policy initiative can be considered.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and I would also, in consideration to sponsors, I'm sure they would like to have those dealt with as well. They're on our schedule. I will, being the so-called holder of 1207, it's just not ready. So I will leave that for Monday. But if we can work, I think we can work 1807 and 1863. I've got, it's about 3 o'clock. I think we can do that. It's interesting that I went door to door looking for signatures recently, and I unknowingly knocked on a representative's door, and he said, I'm in my third hearing. It was 5:45 in the afternoon. I'm on my third. I said, how many do you have? He says, we're scheduled to do 8. So I was like, wow. And I know we have long days, but so let's kind of push through if we can. Senator Daughtry.
I was going to quip, you can come back over to labor, where on Monday we started our second bill of the day at 8 p.m.
You know, I was there once.
Oh, yeah.
So I am going to, excuse me, open a work session on LD 1807, and I am going to, as oftentimes I do, divert my help, request some help from Hillary in terms of catching us up as to where we were on that, if you could.
And sure, this is LD 1807, an act to expand nursing education programs. As I just mentioned, this bill, the only thing this bill does is provide 2.5 million in ongoing funds to expand nursing education programs. And as I mentioned just briefly, you already today voted the same initiative as part of the governor's supplemental budget. It was on page 1 of your report back template on reference 992. I was not going to go through a full bill analysis unless you want me to.
If there's anyone need any further analysis on that? Thank you. Seeing no request for that, I actually will entertain a motion. Yes, Representative Millet.
I move ought to pass.
Motion ought to pass by Representative Millet on LD 1807 has been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Woodson. And any further discussion, please? Hillary.
Just want to mention it will have a fiscal note just reflecting the 2.5 million. So it would be an ought to pass as amended solely to incorporate the fiscal note.
Thank you. Representative Millet, could you amend your motion,
Thank
please?
you, Mr. Chair. I would amend my motion to be ought to pass as amended.
And I agree. Second.
Thank you, sir. Thank you both. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Okay. Let's do this by a show of hands. All those in favor? No, we can't. All right, I will call a roll. Please, Eli. I know where I'm going to miss someone in my wave here. Where is Eli? There you are.
Sure. So on a motion of ought to pass as amended for LD 1807, Senator Rafferty.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
A very enthusiastic yes with a dog in the background.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan. Representative Brennan is absent. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative Roach. Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury. Representative Salisbury is absent. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. The vote is 10 yes, 3 absent, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. And we didn't count the dog's bark there. All right. Thanks for your help with that, Eli. And so I will, with a motion, with a vote of essentially a unanimous vote of all present. We had 3 absentees. I'll close the hearing on work session on LD 1807 at this time and open a work session on LD 1863 regarding excuse me, going dry. Hillary, if you would.
Yes, absolutely. So this is LD 1963, which is an act to create the general purpose aid stabilization fund. And I talked about this briefly a little bit regarding there's the current budget language of in part Y, which the committee just voted to move forward with a minor change of the vote of 8-3. As I mentioned briefly, the language in LD 1963 was different than was proposed in the budget. And I think the intent, and I do see that Representative La Rochelle is in the attendee list, but I believe the intent was to be consistent with the budget. And so I would so if that is what the committee intends, you may want to amend it to match that budgetary language. And if that is the intent, what I will do is when I put together the memo for you to review on Monday and look at that language, I can make sure we do language review with this one simultaneously so that they do in fact match. If there are any additional questions, I know Joanne Allen is here from the department as well and can address any additional questions.
Thank you, Hillary. So just to, so we do want to match up that language is essentially what we're trying to do. Representative Crockett, do you have a question, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to double check with Hillary if Representative La Rochelle is on board with all the changes.
I have not spoken with her, but she is here in the attendee list now if the committee wants to hear from her.
That'd be great.
Thank you. And thank you, Eli, for bringing her in.
Good morning, afternoon, good afternoon. I had a long session today also, my apologies.
All right. You've heard our conversation briefly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we're just trying to get your approval if you're willing to just align the languages.
Yeah, I think the intent is the same. And so I don't have any problem with streamlining the language so that it fits together.
Hillary.
The only one difference I do want to note is that the bill, in terms of how you want to move forward, the bill does not include the $30 million transfer that the budget includes. So I would just want clarification from the committee of whether you want that included in this bill or whether you want this bill just to be the language piece and to leave the funding in the budget.
Anyone have a answer opinion there? Yes, Representative Dodge.
I would just turn the question back to Hillary. My initial reaction is I would think that it would be better to link the two, but if you have some reason why that should not happen, please would you tell us?
That is entirely a policy decision and has, yeah. And could have some practical implications of whether it would go to the table or not.
Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you. Hillary, can you unbefuddle my mind here? So we voted today on the budget to include 30 million. What did we vote on?
Sure, the language in the budget is in Part Y, and it creates the Education Stabilization Fund, provides that the fund is established, that it's non-lapsing, that allocations from the fund must be used to prevent any reduction in the budgeted state share of the EPS pursuant to Title 20A, Section 15671, subsection 7-B, that would otherwise result from insufficient general fund appropriations or any other shortage of funds, and provides that the state controller has to report annually to the committees. The report must summarize the status and activity in the fund. And there's also some unallocated language that would transfer 30 million from the general fund unappropriated surplus to the Education Stabilization Fund. And there's also some language which would likely which the committee would move up to be allocated language regarding how that transfer would occur and how that notification of that transfer would occur. So that's what was voted on as part of the budget.
And what does this bill do?
The main difference in this bill, and I suspect it was more a result of drafting than intent. The big difference in this bill is it calls it something slightly differently. It calls it the General Purpose Aid Stabilization Fund rather than the Education Stabilization Fund. Both bills establish the fund, both are non-lapsing. The key difference is on the fund purposes. The language in 1963 provides that allocations from the fund must be used to reduce loss of general purpose aid to a school administrative unit. And I think there was some concerns during the public hearing on this bill about what exactly that meant and whether that meant funds were going directly to schools as opposed to the department. The budget that you just voted on is more specific, providing that allocation from the fund must be used to prevent any reduction in the budgeted state share of EPS, and provides more detail in terms of how that amount would get transferred and how that notice from the budget office and approval of the governor would work.
Okay.
So those are the big differences.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Representative Millet and then Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would advocate including a $30 million allocation from the whatever that language is from the the budget.
Part Y.
So that it will go to the Appropriations Committee. Because otherwise there's a possibility that this language could get enacted before the budget is voted on and enacted, and that could cause some issues. So I would like to suggest that we amend Representative La Rochelle's bill to reflect the language that we just voted on, including the $30 million allocation, just so we keep things really clean.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
My apology. My dog has been quiet all day long.
My dogs.
And yes, I'm trying to match Senator Daughtry, but the evidently the FedEx man just came in the driveway. I have some serious concerns. As far as Part Y, I did not vote to include that in the budget because I believe that there are far greater needs in the state of Maine at this point. We really, really have some hurting citizens and I'm looking at it from a state budget standpoint and not solely as an educator. However, this particular piece of legislation with the language in it that still exists that talks about this money going directly to SAUs gives me even more concern. And so it seems apparent to me that one of these initiatives, if not both, are going to move forward. The better of the two, I'm going to vote against them both, but the better of the two, I believe, would be the language budget that would stabilize general purpose aid at the state level, rather than the language that's in this bill. And for that reason, had they been the same thing, I wouldn't have spoken. I would have just voted no. But they are not the same thing. I don't believe. There are two separate entities. And if I could, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Representative La Rochelle, and first of all, thank you for being here. But I'd like to ask, do you anticipate any problems with other members of the cabinet and other agencies seizing on this idea and saying, you know, the rainy day fund in the general fund isn't really enough. We want to have something special for DHHS and something over here for the Department of Forestry. Do you foresee any issues there?
So am I okay to answer that?
Yes, thank you.
I probably wasn't okay to ask it.
Well, we're in a work session. So. Representative?
Thank you. What I will say, and I just raised my hand to say, the intention of my bill, even though the wording may have been convoluted, was not to bolster individual school administrative districts outside of the realm of the funding formula. It was just meant to be a pot of money that, you know, quite frankly, municipalities could depend on in terms of not having to make up for school funding. So in the sense of just being literally stabilizing, so that that's not something that taxpayers will have to try and make up and worry about if there is a problem in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regards to Representative Stern's concerns, I would just counter that the citizens of Maine passed a law saying that we should be, as a state, paying for 55% of the total cost of education, and there is no other standing law for other departments. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable and frankly very wise to establish a stabilization fund that will help us meet the letter of the law and stop withstanding every other year to not meet that 55% threshold. Mr. Chair, when you're ready, I would love to make a motion. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Stearns, I'm sorry, I know.
You know, I would just comment that the current level of funding and the current amount set for the total cost of education in the state of Maine is at 56.4%.
Thank you. I am open to a motion, Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass as amended to reflect the language that we discussed within the budget, including the appropriation of 30 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative McCray. And any further discussion? I'm sorry. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, Eli, I'm going to ask that you call a roll, please.
A motion of ought to pass as amended for LD 1963. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry. Senator Woodsum.
No.
Senator Woodsum votes no. Representative Brennan. Representative Brennan is absent. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative Roach. Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury. Representative Salisbury is absent. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Stearns.
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Daughtry.
Yay.
Representative Daughtry votes yay. A vote of 4 yes and, or my apologies, 6 yes and 4 no. The motion carries. Is there a minority report for this motion? Or for this report?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Folks, thank you very much. And Representative La Rochelle, thank you for being available to answer questions and with us this afternoon. And I will close the work session on LD 1963 at this time. And I believe that concludes our work for today. So Hillary, you want to just, or Eli, either one, do you want to just review Monday, what that looks like? I have had a number of text messages relative to that today. I'm not sure why, but so I know that we were going to carry some stuff forward. So. where are
Sure,
we?
yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
If I may, yeah, so we are going to be meeting on Monday, starting at 9:30. We will be continuing discussion on the supplemental budget, a few of those tabled items. We will also have scheduled work sessions on LD 1989, which is the bill about MSAD 6 leasing that building for 20 years. And I did get a response on that, and I'll send that out to the committee as soon as I am able. We have a scheduled work session on LD 1727, which is President Jackson's bill, an act concerning sexual misconduct on college campuses. And we have a work session scheduled for LD 1632, which was the bill on the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I will let the committee know that the ASL interpreters who will be here for the Governor Baxter School bill, they're going to be starting, I think, at 12:30 or 12:40. So just to sort of let the committee know that we'll be working a little bit with that timing to make sure that works. So whatever order we're in is going to have to make that work for everybody who we need to be here. The plan was we might be able to meet on Tuesday if there's work that needs to be done on Tuesday. I'll be checking in with the chairs and leads to let me know that. Otherwise, the plan was for Wednesday for confirmation hearings, to continue the discussion on CDS, do any final supplemental budget discussion or language review if it's needed, and do a work session on LD 1389, which is the Ocean School bill. And then next Thursday, you have a session on the 17th. And on Friday is the budget report back with AFA at 10 a.m. on Friday, the 18th.
Okay. So for Monday, you said the table items. I think the only one I remember now, I think, was 1207. Is that right?
So we could do 1207 on Monday if it's ready, or we can do it Wednesday, the 16th. And the table items I meant from the budget specifically.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
The only other thing that I do want to mention is we're getting to these very sort of long days. I know we all get Zoom fatigued by the end of them. So at this point, we're going to sort of transition to doing a lot more language reviews over email so that you can review them over a day or two. I'll try to make sure that the deadline I give you to get back to me associates with a committee day. So if there is a question or concern or an edit or a change or an error that needs to be fixed, you can let me know and we can make sure to do that while we're meeting. But do keep an eye out for those language reviews. I really encourage you to make sure you read them closely, because this time of year when we get busy and we get moving quickly is the time when errors can happen, and we want to catch those before they get out of committee.
Hillary, thank you. I know I'm tired, but you've had the whole day, so you have to be exhausted, and you've done a great job. So thank both you and Eli as well. So we appreciate your work, and folks, to the entire committee, thank you all. All right. If there aren't any questions, we'll sign off and we'll see you soon.